Chair. Thank you so much.
Good morning, honorable members, and thank you, Hajira. Hajira, can you please confirm that we co-rate to proceed with this morning's meeting?
We can proceed. We have 5 members at the moment, Mr. Subrati. I'll just wait on one more and let you know if we need to take a decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Hajira. So thank you and good morning, honorable members and colleagues on the call. Let me just check and recognize. Hajira, you will assist me. Minister Malatsi, Minister of Communications and Digital Technologies. Can we confirm that the minister is on the line?
The minister's on the line as well as the Deputy Minister, Mr. Subrati.
Thank you. Let us welcome the Minister Malatsi and Deputy Minister Gongobela. And let us also check from GCIS as DM Morolong joined us. If not, I'm sure he would be joining us. So let us welcome all the executives on the call. Let me welcome honorable members of Parliament. Let me welcome all the DGs, board chairpersons, CEOs, and representatives of entities, our Parliament support team, and members of the public. You're all welcome to this morning's important Portfolio Committee meeting, and welcome to the second term of Parliament for 2026. Colleagues, before we proceed, I thought to the substantive business of today and of the next few days, I wish to maybe make a few brief remarks regarding the nature and the purpose of these rigorous hearings that will be taking place on the next few days regarding the standards of engagement of this committee expects of itself and of those appearing before us. Colleagues, today and over the next few days, we will receive the annual performance plans of the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies and the Government Communication and Information System, as well as the MDDA for the 26-27 financial year, and as well as we will receive their strategic plans, their updated strat plans. Colleagues, the presentation that we will be receiving constitute a social contract with the people of South Africa regarding what government intends to deliver with public resources over the next financial year. Our responsibility today and over the next few days is to rigorously test these commitments and to play our role as representatives of our people. Colleagues, this is a crucial point. Honorable members, that must underpin our engagements from today until the budget vote that is taking place. And we must place the people's interests at the center of engagements that we undertake. This committee is constitutionally empowered to scrutinize the executives, to review the performance of government departments and their entities, and to ensure that public funds are deployed in the service of our people. At every point of our engagement, we must do just that. I want to be clear about the spirit in which this committee approaches that task. We are not here, colleagues, to be adversarial for its own sake. Constructive oversight is not obstructive oversight. In our engagement, we must not seek to frustrate the implementation of these plans, but we must engage to construct and to ensure that what is committed is realistic, and that what is actually measurable is measured, and that where targets have been set too low or too ambiguously, these weaknesses are identified and they are corrected before they become audit findings. Therefore, colleagues, I welcome you to this meeting, and let us proceed with the order of the day over the next few days to ensure a productive engagement. Colleagues, are you all welcome to this morning's meeting? I know that it's going to be a rigorous few days. we have been selected as that entity that is going to be presenting his budget vote, I think on the 12th of May. And next week being a oversight week, then we return in which we are expected to adopt our budget vote reports and then debate it the following week. It is a tight timeline, hence the next 3 days are congested and tight, in which we are tasked as elected public officials to ensure that we receive the APPs and the strat plans of the department and its entities. And I therefore welcome you all, and I look forward to your support collectively to ensure that the tasks entrusted upon us by the people of our country are fulfilled. You're all welcome to this meeting. Hajira, with your indulgences and clarity that we have 6 members, can we proceed now to flighting the agenda and to move for its adoption?
Morning, Mr. Subrati. Yes, we have 6 members, Mr. Subrati, but if we could just start with apologies.
Yes, please. I was coming to that.
Yes, then on my side, apologies is our chairperson, Ms. Sangone, and then Ms. Kalishe for members, as well as a note that the minister is requested to leave at 11 o'clock. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mullah at 11. I've also received a message from Deputy Minister Morolong. If you can just give me an indication if he has joined. He has indicated he also needs to leave at 11:10 a.m. So we would like to allow our respective executives of the 2 departments to give us their comments at least before they leave. If the entities are still not on the platform, we would like to ensure that we achieve that before that. So Hajira, you just guide me in terms of timing so that we can do that day. But colleagues, you're all welcome. And Hajira, can you please flight the agenda? So first up is the consideration of the adoption of the second term committee program that has been shared extensively. And although there have been consistent revisions, the last one I think was shared yesterday. And I must say I was relieved, Hajira, when I saw the program shared for yesterday. It wasn't as hectic as the ones prior to that, particularly concerning Wednesday and Thursday. But we'll have a look at that. We have to adopt minutes. And then today we'll be receiving the briefing by the department of DCDT, by GCIS, and of MDDA and NEMISA. Colleagues, with that, I have welcomed you all. May I then have your support in adopting the agenda before us so we can proceed?
Chairperson?
Yes, Comrade Choki Adonis.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the session. May I humbly request that I do keep my camera off, but I would like to greet all honorable members and our officials on the platform and support team as well. I therefore move for the adoption of the agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Choki Adonis. Honorable Choki Adonis, let me just check with you. Are you challenged to raise your hands because you just began speaking before being recognized? So that I know how
Apologies,
to
yes.
proceed.
Yes, I was challenged with raising my hand.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Shara Singh. Thank you, Honorable Singh.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning to the Minister, Deputy Minister, and all on board. Chair, if there's nothing preventing us, I'd like to adopt the agenda, second the proposal, on the basis that perhaps we move the first 2 things to the end, if nothing prevents us from doing so that we can just get on with the presentations while we have the executive online. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I don't see that as being a problem to move the first 2 items with that recommendation, if colleagues are happy with that. So we can proceed with the substantive discussion. Thank you, Honorable Matafa, for the thumbs up. Other colleagues, are we happy with that to proceed? Thank you so much. So that agenda is adopted with that slight amendment where we will try and hold ourselves accountable to at least adopting the program for the term. With those few words and with adoption of the agenda, let's then proceed to the substantive business, and that is to receive the plans of the department. Is that correct, Hajira? We're going first, the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies.
That would be correct. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let us invite the Honorable Minister Malatsi for his opening comments and then to lead his team into this morning's presentation. And colleagues also indicating that the presentations, I would like you to try and stick to 20 minutes, at the most 30 minutes per presentation. That will leave us with about 2 hours then for engagement. So with 4 presentations at 30 minutes, it's 2 hours, and that leaves us with about 30 minutes for engagement per presentation. We will take Minister Malatsi first. Minister Malatsi, the platform is yours.
Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning to the colleagues. May I just ask, Chair, I am on the road, so may I ask for an exception that for this particular moment, my camera be off, just to also protect the quality for this input. And if you so permit, Chair, I can proceed.
That's in order. That's in order, Minister Malatsi. And maybe I'm not too sure whether it's appropriate at this juncture, maybe to also congratulate you on your appointment.
Thank you very much, Chair. Truly appreciate it.
I was about to do that, Chair. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. I truly appreciate that, Chair. Morning to the honorable members, the team from DCDT, and also the Deputy Minister who has joined us. Chairperson, we come to you to present the APP and to have the committee's engagement on this. What we have done this time around, also taking into consideration the lessons from the last financial year, which was very eye-opening in terms of our approach to making sure that what we present today is very clearly articulated, it's measurable, and most importantly speaks to the credibility of the targets. So what we have incorporated based on the observations from the previous year is to make sure that the targets across the board are not only compliant, but they are more specific, they are more measurable, and are linked to outcomes. This goes just beyond one single focus area. It applies across all the departments, primary work, be it in connectivity, in digital skills, digital infrastructure. The aim was to make sure that ultimately when we are measured, we can be measured against which we have clearly articulated that it can be tracked and we can be held accountable in a meaningful way. And you will see when the team goes through the presentation that we have refined the definition of the targets, that we take away any potential ambiguities. And secondly, one of the things that we have done is to ensure that those targets are grounded within what is the department's mandate, because there are other areas wherein there are a lot of dependencies on external entities or external stakeholders in fulfillment of some of the targets that had previously been formulated. So in this case, what we have done is to ensure that the targets are clearly defined to what is within reach of the department, also based on the resources that we have. So you will notice that to our satisfaction, the APP reflects a much more considered and outcome-based approach, and it's the result of making sure that we have tightened the link between what has been planned, our capacity to deliver that which we have planned for, and also taking into consideration the experience, as I did mention, from our previous encounters, so that we shift towards much clearer indicators of progress and a stronger emphasis on measurable impact, which is something that the committee has also previously emphasized, to say what is the ultimate measurable impact of each of these respective targets in the manner that they have set. And we've done this in a much more simpler language to make sure that we are grounded on reality, and also in response to the fiscal considerations that we are operating in. There will be a second part of the presentation where also the CFO will share with you in terms of the allocations and the financial projections for the rest of the MTF, which depicts a picture of our resources and the strain under which our resources are, which also has informed how we've defined those targets, and that is even more prevalent to the entities. So when you get to the entities, you'll also realize that there's been a lot of much more, you may say it's modest targets, but those are informed by what has been allocated to the respective entities, and some of the budget reductions that are imminent throughout the portfolio for the remainder of the MTDP. With that, Chair, that's what I think was important for this purpose, in order to preview for the committee what is going to be presented by the team, so that our discussions are grounded on that. The team from the departments led by the DG, we've got all the acting DDGs and the DDGs on the platform, also joined by the CFO and Mr. James Hadebe, who's from our internal audit team, so that we can give end responses that also translate into some of the work that we are doing across the portfolio in terms of improved governance and performance across the board. Thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister Malatsi, for your opening comments. May I then invite DG to lead her delegation as to who will be doing the presentation to us this morning? DG. Is the DG with us? Oh. We can't hear you, DG. I see you unmuted. Your video is on, but we can't see you or hear you. So I see Justice, you or Mr. Lebago, will you be doing the presentation? Can I acknowledge you? Who's doing the presentation? Colleagues from the Department of Communications, we are not communicating.
Yeah, Chair, I'm here. Yeah, Chair, good morning, Honorable Chair and honorable members of the committee, Minister and Deputy Ministers in the platform and the colleagues. Let me proceed, Chairperson, with the presentation of the Department of Communications.
Mr. Lebago, please introduce yourself for the record so fellow South Africans know who you are.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning, Honorable Chairperson. My name is Justice Lebago, the Chief Director in the Strategic Planning and Monitoring in the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies Chairperson. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present the Department of Communications Annual Performance Plan for 2026-27. The presentation overview, Chair and Minister and Deputy Ministers and honorable members. We are going to provide purpose and context of the APP, the strategic and institutional overview, DCDT strategic direction, APP structure and program architecture, the summary of the APP targets and the financial information by the CFO. And we have also attached the annexures just to indicate how we are aligned with our SOEs, corporate plans and annual performance plan, Chair. So in terms of the presentation, Chairperson, if you can allow me to pass the slides on the purpose and context, and maybe go straight to the core slides. This slide is very important, Chairperson. The one on the where we are indicating the DCDT at the helm of the digital transformation. We are saying the DCDT stands at the center of South Africa's digital transformation journey. Hence, we have developed this APP not simply as a list of targets, but as a roadmap for how digital innovation will drive the achievement of the medium-term development plan 2024-29, and the national development plan for 2030. And then we are having 6 program, Chairperson, that we are going to indicate how this APP span out, through the 6 programs. And then also to emphasize, Chairperson, that we are implementing the new approved organizational structure in the department. So there are some changes in terms of the names of the programs, Chair. I will indicate as I arrive at those slides. Chairperson, each program in the APP is aligned to the MTDP. For example, we are having the Digital Economy Master Plan, the National Artificial Intelligence Policy and ICT Global Ranking. That position the South Africa as a competitive player in the global digital economy, creating jobs and fostering innovation. By connecting 2,000 schools, clinics, and hospitals in the current financial year, Chair, and advancing the cost to communicate the programs, the department is bridging the digital divide and ensure that rural and underserved communities are not left behind, so that they participate meaningfully into the digital economy. The governance reforms in the SOEs, the rationalization of BBI and Centec, the CETA business model strengthen our institutions and ensure efficient delivery of digital services. The online safety white paper and legislative frameworks safeguard citizens in the digital space, while infrastructure verification ensures accountability and resilience. The media reforms, inclusive strategies for youth, women, and persons with disability, and the digital competency framework empowers our citizens to participate meaningfully in the digital society. The department's budget allocations also reflect this impact-driven approach. More than half of our resources are directed to expanding digital communications, access, and services, the foundation of inclusion and growth. So therefore, this APP chairperson is therefore not about compliance, but about transformation. It tells the story of how DCDT at the helm is enabling South Africa to harness digital technologies for social economic growth. Chair, I will not dwell much on this slide, but suffice to say, we are having the 6 programs where we have developed 28 annual performance targets to ensure measurable and deliverables for effective resource allocation, as the minister has alluded. And therefore, let me go straight. Maybe before I start with the programs, Chairperson, let me also indicate that, as the minister has indicated, that we learned from the guidance that was provided by the Portfolio Committee and the previous financial year. We also engaged our internal audit to make sure that our targets are aligned, and there's alignment from the medium-term development, national development plan. We also engaged our the AGSA as to provide us with a review, and it has happened, and we have gone through that process. And the guidance, from our principals was very invaluable, and we appreciate that. So in terms of the summary of the DCDT 2026-27 APP Chair, Program 1, which is administration, there's no change in terms of the name. We are having 3 annual performance targets. Under Program 2, ICT, Transformation, Global Partnerships, and State-Owned Enterprises Governance. This is the new name, Chair. We are having 6 APP targets. Under Program 3, Media and Content Program, we are having 3 APP targets. And Program 4, Digital Communication, Access and Services, we are having 4 APP targets. Under Program 5, Digital Infrastructure and Technologies, we are having 5 APP targets. And under the last program, Program 6, Digital Society and Economy, we are having 7 APP targets. Overall, we are having 28 annual performance targets for the 2026-27 financial year, Chair. For each target, we have tried, because we are implementing, as I indicated, the new approved structure, Chair. We have tried to provide the rationale, which I won't dwell much on this one. Suffice to say, administration is the backbone of delivery. Without strong governance, financial discipline, and efficient systems, and digital transformation cannot succeed. So these programs is aligned to the medium-term development goals of capable state, economic growth, equality, and unity, as well as security. We have also provided impact that we have. I also repeated that in the next slide, so that it's clear. And the targets are as follows. Under Program 1, we are going to focus on 100% of identified Year 1 DCDT IT strategy priority interventions being implemented. And we're also looking at 100% of valid invoices paid within 30 days from the date of receipt. And the third target is on the 80% of compliance with approved administration program annual business plan targets being achieved. So we are looking at envisaged impact that When we look at our internal workflow, we need to modernize our IT strategy to ensure that the department operates with agility and resilience. In as far as the payment of 100% of valid invoices within 30 days, we are reflecting sound financial practices and supplier support to ensure that our SMMEs and companies that are run by youth, young people, and people with disability and women, they are paid on time so that they are sustainable. So in terms of the performance of the business plan targets, from the ministry, they indicated that it's very, very important that the administration as the biggest branch, we have to make sure that we support the core branches so that the mandate of the department and the department's digital objectives are achieved. Hence, the minimum performance that is acceptable there is 80%. So from legal, IT, strategic planning, internal audit, our supply chain, the CFO, the HR, the minimum that is allowed is 80%, but we are aiming to achieve higher than 80%, Chair. In terms of Program 2, ICT transformation, global partnerships, and state-owned entities, enterprises governance, with the rationale for for this program is that South Africa's digital transformation must be globally connected, inclusive, and institutionally strong. And this target, this program, Chair, is also aligned to the MTDP goals of economic growth, equality, capable state, and national unity. So the impact I will indicate as I proceed to the next slide. The targets under Program 2 include 3 country positions papers submitted to the Minister for approval, focusing on BRICS, ITU, and ATU conferences. The other target focuses on the 4 strategies for gender, people with disabilities, youth, and children. The other target focuses on the work of political champions coordinated in the 2 selected districts and metro. And the other target will focus on the annual monitoring reports on the implementation of equity equivalent investment program. The other ones will look at the 100% of shareholder compacts for Schedule 2 and 3B SOE with both submitted for approval, and compliance report on the assessment of shareholder compact based on the approved metrics. The envisaged impact, Chair, include that South Africa's voice should be amplified in global ICT forums, shaping fair and inclusive digital governance. In terms of the inclusive strategies for youth, people with disability, and children, we're ensuring that the digital transformation benefits all the citizens of the country by strengthening SOE oversight, Chair, and shareholder compacts. We are aiming to improve accountability and performance in our SOEs. Coordination of political champions foster local ownership and national digital priorities, where we also work closely with other government departments to make sure that we are having impact in the districts through the implementation of the projects together with our SOEs. And the issue of improved oversight and accountability provides evidence-based oversight on the implementation of the EIP by the multinational companies to enable informed decision-making and strategic course correction by leadership and oversight structure. So that goes as well with the issue of the SOE governance and oversight that improves governance through shareholder compacts, compliance assessment, investment monitoring to strengthen our SOE chair. In terms of Program 3, media and content, the rationale for this one is to say this program ensures that South Africa's media and content ecosystem supports national government, national development, protects citizens online, and promotes local creative industries. This program as well, and their APP, they are aligned to the medium-term development goals of economic growth, equality, security, national unity, and a capable state. The envisaged impact, I will indicate as I proceed to the slide where there are targets, Chair. The targets under Program 3, there are 3. First one is looking at the 100% of received performance compliance report from SOE analyzed and recommendation submitted. And this program, they are responsible for FPB and SABC. The other target is on the revised SABC bill, incorporating the SABC funding model gazetted for public comments. And the other target focuses on the 100% of year one priority interventions identified in the approved audio and audio-visual content services and online safety white paper implemented. The envisaged impact include that the revised SABC bill sequence a sustainable funding model for the public broadcasting, ensuring independence and inclusivity. In terms of the audio and audiovisual content and online white paper, this aims to ensure that we protect the citizens and promotes responsible digital content creation. In terms of strengthening oversight of SABC and FPB, we ensure compliance and transparency, as well as improved service delivery in these entities. And media transformation contribute to a unified national narrative and informed citizenry. Chair, I will present again Program 4, Digital Communication Access and Services. The rationale for these programs is to drive competition, service delivery reforms that enable citizens and businesses to participate fully in the digital society. This program also is aligned to the medium-term development goals, such as economic growth, capable state, national unity, and we have also provided the impact chain. The target under Program 4 include 5% commitments of detailed digital economy master plan implementation plan being implemented, electronic communication amendment bill on DDFC CF finalized, electronic communication amendment bill on competition matters being finalized, and they are responsible chairperson for ICASA, USASA, USAF, SAPO, and Postbank, where 100% of performance and compliance reports received from SOE will be analyzed and recommendations submitted to the minister. Envisaged impact chair include that the implementation of the digital economy master plan stimulates investment, innovation, and job creation. So as you are aware, the digital economy master plan is inclusive of variety of our other government departments. Hence, we want to ensure that investment happens as well as job creation, so that we contribute significantly to the unemployment, and we reduce unemployment significantly. Furthermore, the finalization of the electronic communications amendment bills will modernize the regulatory environment and enhances competition. The oversight of ICASA, USASA, USAF, USAPO, and Postbank will ensure there's an improved service delivery as well as issue of transparency and financial sustainability. In terms of Program 5, Digital Infrastructure and Technologies, the rationale for this program is that digital infrastructure is the backbone of South Africa's digital transformation. So therefore, this program ensures that the connectivity reaches every community, enabling access to education, healthcare, and economic opportunities. So this program is also aligned to the medium-term development goals of economic growth, equality, capable state, security, and national unity. And we have also indicated what the envisaged impacts we are looking at. So in terms of Program 5, the annual performance targets are as follows. We are going to focus on the second draft SA preliminary position in preparation for the WRC 27. 2,000 government public facilities connected through universal services obligation, 20% of the connected Wi-Fi sites being verified, and then 100% of the received performance compliance reports from SOE analyzed and recommendations submitted. This program, the focus is on BBI, Centec, and .ZNA. And the other target is on the preliminary report on the roadmap with options to rationalize BBI and Centec being finalized. The envisaged impact share is that the public facilities connected through the universal service obligations, enabling digital access for education, health, and public services. So this is very one of the very core that we want to see, all government facilities being connected, and the services are really readily available to our citizens with ease. The verification of Wi-Fi sites will ensure transparency as well as service quality to ensure that there are no issues of interfering with the service that you are providing through the Wi-Fi. So hence, we have to make sure that the Wi-Fi are secure and they are also working and providing very needed services to our citizens. The rationalization roadmap for BBI and Centec will improve coordination and resource use. The South African's position for WRC27 will enable alignment with international regulatory treaty governing the use of spectrum and satellite orbits. The last program, Chair, is the program 6, Digital Society and Economy. The rationale of this program is about building a digitally empowered nation. That is very aligned to our vision, mission, and our mandate. This program is also aligned to the medium-term development goals of economic growth, equality, capable state, economy, security, and national unity. We have also provided the impact, and the targets under program 6 are as follows. We are going to focus on 20% of priority initiatives in the digital transformation roadmap implementation plan being implemented. We are going to also focus on the National Digital Competency Framework submitted for approval and the National Artificial Intelligence AI policy submitted to the Cabinet for approval, and as well as ICT Global Ranking Improvement Plan being approved, and 100% of received performance and compliance report from SOE analyzed and recommendations submitted. This program, they are responsible for NEMISA and CETA. The other target is on the draft CETA business model being finalized. We have already done quite a lot in the previous financial year with regards to this. So we are looking to finalize this work. We will also focus on the market analysis study for the cost to communicate being finalized, and the envisaged. Maybe let me read. Yeah, I think these are all 6 or 7 APP targets. The envisaged impact, Chair, include that the implementation of the 20% of priority, and by the way, the end target for this is in 2029 is 80%. So we are only this year doing 20%, but we will be able to achieve 80% by the end of the term, Chair. So 20% priority initiatives being implemented will accelerate readiness of the country in terms of the digital transformation. In terms of the national AI policy submitted to the Cabinet, this will position South Africa as a leader in ethical, inclusive AI governance. In terms of the digital competency framework, it will keep citizens with future-ready skills for the digital economy so that they can participate meaningfully. ICT Global Ranking Plan will enhance South Africa's international standing and competitiveness. The CETA reform will modernize our ICT governance and service delivery. The cost to communicate study will ensure affordability, equitable access for citizens, and SOE oversight of NEMISA and CETA will strengthen accountability and performance monitoring. Chair, through you, Honorable Member, Chairperson, I can hand over to our CFO to take us through the financial information. Thank you, Chair.
CFO.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning to all the members of the committee. My name is Refilwe Mafolo. I'm going to request that I switch off my video. Thank you. I'm going to be presenting on the finances over the MTEF period from 26-27 to 28-29 financial year. These are the changes that have been made to the baseline allocations, meaning that there were original indicative baseline allocations that have since been reduced. In the first year, which is 26-27, the reduction it's about 8.1 million from 2557 to 2549 billion. In the next financial year, 27-28, it has been reduced by 23.7 million from 2.672 billion to 2.649 billion. But in the outer year, the reduction is quite significant, and this reduction affects the transfers payments that we make to our different entities. So that reduction is 61.2 million, moving the amount from 2.792 billion to 2.731 billion. Next slide, please, Mr. Libako. If you look at our total allocation For the MTEF period, the department has been allocated a total amount, the department and the entities that it makes the transfer payments to, we've been allocated a total amount of 7.929 billion, of which, if we are to put it into percentage in terms of the different programs that Mr. Libago was talking about, in terms of the APP and the plans of the department. Program 1, which is administration, the total over the MTEF for administration, it's 857 million, which represents 11% of the 7.9 billion. ICT transformation global partnership, it's 336 million over the MTEF, representing 4% of that 7.9 billion. Media and content, it's 1.217 billion, representing 15%. Digital communication access, this is where our transfer payments to the entities are coming from, and it's at 4.05 billion, which represent 51% of the allocation. And digital infrastructure, which is where our SA Connect Phase 1 allocation is also on. It's a total of 947 million, representing 12%. 12% of the allocation. Digital society and economy, it's 524 million, represented by a 7% of the total allocation. We can go to the next slide. The next slide talks to the allocation per economic classification. So we are able to see what has been allocated for our compensation of employees. Currently, as a department, we are implementing the approved organizational structure, and we are having problems into when we are implementing this approved organizational structure, because it is not 100% funded in terms of the envisaged organizational structure. Therefore, as a department, we have had to take a turn and reprioritize the positions that we feel that we had to forego so that we can stay within the allocation. And I must also mention that when you are allocated compensation of employees, you also have to make an opportunity where you budget for your cost of living adjustments, which is normally not accounted for in the allocation of the COE. So you have to make those estimates and still stay within that baseline of the compensation of employees, because this amount, as it is allocated by National Treasury, cannot increase unless there is that special approval from National Treasury. National Treasury has been made aware of the challenges that we are having with the compensation of employees. And I think as a department, we'll build a business case so that we can fully, we can have an organizational structure that is fully funded in terms of budget. But if you look at our allocation over the MTEF period, you will see that in 26-27 financial year, we are having 347 million allocated. In 27-28, we are having 362 million allocated. And then in the outer year, there's a decrease of 5 million, moving our allocation from 379 million to 374 million. But yet we still have to fulfill all the priorities and the targets that we have set as a department. So the total of our compensation of employees over the MTEF period is sitting at a 1,083, which represents 14% of the 7.9 billion. Then in terms of our goods and services, we divide our goods and services into operational goods and services. And then we also have an allocation for SA Connect. So if I can start with SA Connect, for the next MTF period, we are no longer going to have SA Connect Phase 2. So we are only having SA Connect Phase 1. In the 25-26 financial year, we had the rolled over funds of that billion that we were spending. as a department and the entities. So we have spent that allocation. There's just a small amount that is still left and being reconciled until the end of April. But the allocation that we are looking at on the screen for on the SA Connect line, you can already see that on all the different financial years, 26, 27, 27, 28, and 28, 29, there is a reduction on the SA Connect Phase 1 allocated amounts, which stands at 697.5 million, which is represented by 9% of the 7.9 billion amount. Then the goods and services allocation, this is the allocation whereby all the projects that have to be undertaken to support the APP or any priorities of the department will come from. This allocation is sitting at 687 million over the MTF, representing 9% of the 7.9 billion. And as I've mentioned, the department has transfer payments to different entities. The budget of the allocation is normally the majority of the budget, like 69% of the 7.9 billion over the MTF, 5.439 billion of that is going to transfers and subsidies. So the amount that gets allocated to the department is very minimal. If you can go to the next slide, please, so that we can check the transfers to the entities. So the transfers to the entities, I just want to qualify what the minister was saying, that we have entities under our portfolio that on a yearly basis, when we make our MTF applications, we are always advocating or requesting for more funding. But if you look at the picture in front of you, you'll see that for all the years in this MTF period, there are reductions. Some of the reductions might seem insignificant, but they are very significant to those small entities like your NEMISA. ICASA has got also reduction to a tune of, if you look at 26, 27, the allocation for ICASA is being reduced by 2.6 million. Now that 2.6 million, ICASA could do something with it because they have been going to Parliament to request more funding. They've got issues with their system, and they also have issues with capacitating the resources that they currently have. If you look into 27, 28, ICASA's allocation is going to be reduced by a 5.4 million. And in the outer year, it's going to be reduced by a 12.9 million. So that's a lot in terms of the reduction. That's a significant reduction for an entity like ICASA that has been making various requests to National Treasury to increase their allocation or to increase their budget over the MTF. Then if you go to public corporations and private enterprises, that is where your SAPO and your SABC is, SAPO gets reduced in 26, 27 with a 3 million. In 27, 28, there's a reduction for SAPO's allocation of 6.3 million. And in the outer year, there's a reduction of 15.2 million. So that is a lot for SAPO because even as I'm presenting now, SAPO has already applied for the total allocation, and they were the total allocation that is allocated to them, which is this 595,488 million in 26-27. They normally request the full allocation in the first tranche because of the severe cash flow issues that they are suffering from. So that reduction is a setback for SAPO, and equally so, it's a setback for SABC. So if you look at our baseline reductions, mainly it's on the entities, and the other line item that the reductions have been made is on SA Connect. So if you look at our the overall in terms of departmental agencies and accounts, if you look at the reduction that has been made in the first financial year 26-27, it totals to 4.517 million reduction of those transfers. In the 27-28, it's 9.3 million, and in the outer year, it's 22.2 million. Then when you go to the public cooperation, it's 4.3 million in the first year, 26-27. In the following year, it's 8.9 million. And in the outer year, it's 21.227 million. So that is a lot of reduction for the entities. And yeah, they will have to look into prioritizing some of their targets and some of the priorities that they wanted to achieve with this over this MTF period, unless the status can change next year. Under household, I'd like to just highlight to the meeting that under household allocation, we had 1.3 million for 26-27, but it has been increased. That's the only increase that we have. Otherwise, if you look at what I'm presenting, the amounts are only, the baseline is only being decreased until this point in time, whereby we have this increase of 3.3 million, which is catering for the early retirement that has happened by 31 March 2026. If we go to the next slide, I'd just like to finish off by highlighting what the baseline reductions possibly mean financially and impact-wise for the department. And perhaps this can also generically include the entities as well. The implication, for example, in terms of the budget reductions on the APP plan targets, they have a direct and a material impact on the achievement of the APP targets in such that when you have APP targets, the exercise that we've done this year before submitting the procurement plan to National Treasury by the 31st of March, we had an exercise that we performed between the DDG's, the CFO's office, and the DGO's office to say the projects that are on the procurement plan, are they aligned to the APP targets? And are they costed? Do you have the budget as the different branches? So we did that exercise. When we submitted the procurement plan of the department, we submitted a total of 45 projects. Of course, on the procurement plan, it doesn't mean that everything that's on the procurement plan must be on the APP, because some are just operational things that we need, like for our IT projects and so forth. So it's 45 projects at a total of 90 million. And now we've made sure that those 28 APP targets that need procurement to be achieved are then aligned on the procurement plan. So that first bullet talks to that, to say that the budget reductions, those baseline reductions will have that impact. Then it can mean scaling down of the plan targets. Reduced budget allocation may necessitate that the department revises the output and the outcome targets, particularly those that are resource intensive. Then there can be delays in the implementation of the programs. Funding constraints can lead to delays in procurement, project initiation, and service delivery. Also, prioritization of core and mandated functions. Budget cuts often require the department to reprioritize. And this reprioritization is always a game on DCDT, because we always have to reprioritize our budget. There are always projects that are not funded, and we have to find the funds in between the other programs where we experience underspending. So that is how we balance and reprioritize our budget, and that's how we survive with this minimal budget, because honestly speaking, our budget is not fit for purpose. Number 4, reduced service delivery quality and reach. So therefore, it means when we have limited funding, it can affect the quality, the frequency, and the geographical reach of services that would aspire to reach to. Capacity in terms of human resource, I must reiterate that, although we have this approved organizational structure, we are finding ourselves that we have to lose some of the positions so that we can just remain within the allocation of the COE. And it's really something that we are engaging National Treasury on. The response so far has been that, when we take some of the cases to National Treasury, they reduce even further for us. So then the question is, will the department ever be fully capacitated to achieve the mandates and the targets that they've set themselves to? Increased risk to performance outcomes. the constrained fiscal environment, which is constrained everywhere, it's not only for our department, increases the risk of underperformance, especially where APP targets are dependent on external service providers. And for our department, I think when Mr. Libaku is making the presentation, you can see that most of the APP targets we will need to hire service providers, like the rationalization of is it the rationalization or the rationalization of BBI and Centec, and the other one is to develop a model for the CETA. Those are costly because you are hiring consultants that are going to do the groundwork for you, and it does not come cheap. So most of our targets, we need to hire out service providers. So that is why that is there. And the need for target realignment and performance adjustment. In order to maintain credibility and compliance to APP targets, they may need to be realigned with the revised budget, ensuring that we are able to meet the performance targets. Thank you. I will leave it here. Thank you, Mr. Libaku, for projecting.
Thank you, Mr. Libaku, and thank you, Ms. Mafolo, for your very succinct and very comprehensive presentation. And I think the last slide is probably the most important slide, the implications of the budget reductions over the MTEF period. I'm sure this committee will be seized with how then do we respond and assist the department in closing that gap. Thank you, colleagues, for that presentation. Colleagues, I'm going to propose that we then move to the Department of Government Communications and Information Systems, mindful of the fact that DM Morolong has to lead at 11:10. And maybe, dear Morolong, if you are, I did see you on the call, if I can invite you for your opening comments and then request that you lead your team to do their presentation.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning to members of the Portfolio Committee. And let me also extend my greetings to Minister Malachi, who is also on the platform.
Can I check with you if you can switch on your video? We like as a Portfolio Committee of Communications.
But I thought it was on. Can you see me now?
Yeah, but we can see you.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much, Chairperson. And, as I said, thank you to members of the Portfolio Committee, and greetings to Minister Malachi. The APP of the GCIS for 2026-2027 reflects considered adjustment of the posture of the organization in the execution of its mandate. The Minister and I are honored to have gotten the GCIS to this point. And with the support of the Portfolio Committee, we have been able to refine the overall emphasis of the twin mandate of the GCIS. Chairperson, it is imperative that our plans respond to and strive for a delicate balance in ensuring effective implementation of these two elements, one being to coordinate, guide, and lead the government-wide communication system, and to provide information to citizens to enable them to improve their lives. The latter is espoused in the vision of the GCIS, which is to empower South Africans through communication excellence. Chairperson, this APP makes year 2 of the 2025-2030 strategy. We've refined 2 of the strategic outcomes that the GCIS will pursue over the strategic plan term. One being outcome number 2, which has been strengthened to be read as a well-functioning and professional government communication system, while outcome number 4 now refers to strengthening institutional effectiveness, governance, and visibility. The reference to a professional system, Chair, aligns with the broader government effort on professionalization of the public service as part of a capable and developmental state machinery. In the 2025-2026 period, GCIS concluded a series of strategies that are important to the reorientation of the execution of its mandate. The finalization of the research strategy, integrated platform and channel strategy, and the stakeholder engagement strategy. are crucial elements in the rollout and monitoring of the National Communication Strategic Framework 2025 to 2030. What follows in 2026-2027 is the implementation of these enablers to improve the work of communication and coordination of the government communication system. The revised government communication policy, as you would remember, Chair, was also approved by Cabinet in October 2025, and monitoring of compliance to the government communication policy is being extended to the provincial sphere of government from 2026 to 2027. I must indicate, Chair, that about 2 months ago, we met with the provincial government of the Northwest as part of our efforts to socialize the government communication policy with provinces. We will, on the 29th of this month, meet the Provincial Executive Council of the Free State Government to inter alia socialize the PEC on the government communication policy. Initiated in earnest in 2025-2026 through the GCIS for Youth strategy, GCIS will continue to build its brand awareness and monitor uptake of its offerings. In doing so, the GCIS will undertake public education and awareness initiatives, as well as community media sustainability support initiatives. In supporting the community sector, the GCIS will continue to work towards increase in advertising spend on community media by GCIS and media buying clients. This will be supported by advancing the development and approval of the government media buying policy, which has been initiated and consulted with stakeholders and will be finalized in 2026-2027. In the APP period, we will also focus on better understanding the reach of our products and platforms and ensure improved usage of the government segmentation model on products such as GCIS social media platforms, SA News, and Vukuzenzele. This will allow us to further refine these platforms so that they better match the needs of citizens and audiences. With a multiplicity of channels and products used in government communication, a phased approach using technology to improve engagements between government and citizens on this content will continue. Making GCIS products available in all official languages is vital, and we're committed to ensuring that through the 2025-2026 strategic period, there's even a much greater focus on the provision of selected key government communication products in all official languages. For 2026-2027, the number of editions of VOOC issued in languages other than English has been increased, and key products such as the cabinet statement will be availed in multilingual formats across our platforms. Honorable members, an exciting new element is the establishment of an editorial content hub with GCIS. The editorial content hub institutionalizes a streamlined approach to drive harmonization and resolve the silo operations and incoherence through a single integrated casual chain using the input management output principle. 5 government content source flows feed into a central editorial system managed by an editor-in-chief and an editorial board, producing verified and multi-format, multilingual content distributed through a deliberate channel priority sequence with community media always first. The content hub is envisaged to significantly improve the communication and reach of the key campaigns selected for the 2026-2027 financial year. These are milestones of freedom, service in honor of our history, misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation, growing the economy and creating employment, local government, particularly with the focus on services, service delivery, and elections, and play your part with a specific focus on nation brand and role of society in fighting crime and social cohesion. The campaign on milestones of freedom is to mark 30 years since the adoption of the Constitution, and much of the work for GCIS will go out to communicate and celebrate the strides we've made in ensuring that provisions of the Constitution become a lived reality. We've also heightened communication on the work being done to prepare for the 2026 local government elections and encourage South Africans to register to vote, as well as communicate on the importance of the right to vote, which thousands of men and women fought and died for. In doing our work, we will do so within the guidelines on government communication during an election period. Ours will be to inform and educate and empower voters. Filling vacancies, upskilling and capacitation of staff remain our focus. The planned development of a GCIS AI policy aligned to the national strategy seeks to position GCIS to lead a trusted, ethical, and future-oriented government communication within an AI-enabled information environment. Through the better use of technology and accelerated AI deployment, the GCIS endeavors for an inclusive and credible government communication that has enhanced resilience against information threats. A digitally proficient workforce is essential to the attainment of this objective. The final details of what will measure over this period and the allocated budget to ensure that we achieve these ambitions will be presented by the Acting Director General and Executive Team. The Minister and I wish to sincerely express our appreciation and the continued support of this committee in holding the department to account and in doing so, improving the relevance and impact of the work of the GCIS. And without further ado, Chair, let me allow the Acting DG and her team to table before you the annual performance plan for GCIS. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable DM Morolo, for your opening comments and remarks. Let us invite the Acting DG, Nomonde, to the platform.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, the Minister, the Deputy Ministers, and all my colleagues, good morning. I'm hoping we are audible. Chairperson, the Deputy Minister has provided a comprehensive overview, and we have indicated that we have time constraints. So just to avoid repeating what the Deputy Minister has already said, I will let me first introduce the colleagues. We have the GCIS ExCo. Some colleagues are connecting virtually as well, but I will allow the Head of Strategy and Organizational Performance, Ms. Nomkosi Peter, to do the comprehensive presentation on our APP. She will be assisted by our CFO, Ms. Dobisa Soto, who will come in and speak on the finances. Chairperson, with due respect, let me hand over to Nomkosi.
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members, ministers and deputy ministers on the platform. As introduced, my name is Nomkosi Peter, and I will commence the presentation on slide number 3, where we are articulating and affirming the GCIS mandate as derived from Section 195G of the Constitution, and emphasizing that as the GCIS, we carry a dual mandate. Firstly, to coordinate, guide, and lead the government-wide communication system, and secondly, to provide information to citizens to enable them to improve their lives. The second element of our mandate is espoused in our vision as the GCIS, which is to empower South Africans through communication excellence. The applicable laws and prescripts that regulate our work have remained unchanged, Chairperson, but I do wish to highlight that in October of 2025, Cabinet approved a revision to the government communication policy, a revision on the policy that was introduced in 2018, the details of which will be explained further on in this presentation. Moving to slide number 6, when we appeared before the committee in the at the beginning of the 25-26 financial year, Chairperson, we were given some useful and constructive inputs around the framing of our outcomes and the related outcome indicators. We have heeded this advice and have since revised a few of the 4 outcomes that the institution has set for itself over the 25 to 2030 strategic plan term. I will emphasize outcome number 2, where we have introduced the notion of a professional government communication system, aligning ourselves with the objectives of the professionalization of the Board of Public Service and introducing this professional dynamic into the communication environment. I would also wish to emphasize outcome number 4, where, guided by the committee, we have revised the outcome to speak to strengthen institutional effectiveness. We've retained the emphasis on governance, and we've also then taken the advice on ensuring the visibility of the GCIS, which aligns with the rollout of the GCIS for You campaign, which is further expanded on later in the presentation. If we then move to slide number 9, Chairperson, you would recall that in the strategic plan for the organization, there were a number of critical enablers that we had identified as being crucial to ensuring that we reposition and rejig the orientation and posture of the GCIS around coordination of the system and information provision. Having ensured that the majority of these critical enablers were then coded into either a framework or a strategy, and that these were approved during the 25-26 financial year, we will in the ensuing period ensure the implementation of these and ensuring that we measure the key performance metrics that have been defined to determine the effective implementation of these. And these enablers are a research strategy, a platform and channel strategy, the establishment of an editorial content hub, the revisions to the government communication policy, and then articulating the relevance of AI and technology in a communication environment. We've also articulated and identified 5 key campaigns that are going to be at the center of government communication for the 26-27 period. And these campaigns have already been mentioned by the Deputy Minister in his opening remarks. Looking at them, it's critical enablers, Chairperson, and what are the key elements that we will focus on during 26-27. With the approval of the research strategy, we will endeavour to institutionalize an evidence-based approach in communications planning, monitoring and evaluation to respond to citizens' information needs. While Tracker is an institutionalized research form that we have established within the GCIS, the focus will be on ensuring that we use Tracker to we use the Tracker findings and socialize these across the 3 spheres of government so that the research enables us to gauge and monitor the public sentiment on government's performance in key priority areas. We identify the citizens' communication needs. We assess the awareness of specific government communication initiatives and campaigns. And we also assess the channels and platforms that are used and ensure that these are responsive to the preferred and trusted means by our specific audience segments as the preferred mechanism for the assimilation of government information. The approval of the platform and channel strategy, Chairperson, was intended to ensure the relevance of GCIS and its platforms in a multi-channel environment. With the approval of the strategy, we will, in 26-27, embark on a process of rationalizing all GCIS managed social media accounts so that we improve the centralization of messaging and better engagement between government and its citizens. We will also improve language and content diversity in GCIS products through better usage of our government segmentation model across these different publications and products so that we align with information needs and information consumption preferences of society. The editorial content hub, which was introduced by the Deputy Minister, endeavours to introduce a streamlined approach that will drive harmonization and resolve the silo operations and incoherence through a single integrated causal chain. The editorial content hub is governed by 5 content source flows, which are managed by an editor-in-chief as well as an editorial board. And these structures produce verified multi-format and multilingual content that is distributed through a deliberate channel priority with the strategic focus of community media first. The editorial content hub also uses 5 content source flows, which are a wire service of government, a media intelligence and field intelligence gathering mechanism, using the clusters as the program content feed, identifying platforms that would serve as the audience signal and intelligence loop, and ensuring that the 9 GCIS provincial offices serve as the national to local editorial fund. On the government communication policy, as indicated, the policy is a revision to the 2018 version, and it was tabled and approved to Cabinet in October 2025. Here, we would wish to emphasize the following key aspects, which are new introductions into the policy. Firstly, a 30% allocation to community media, advocating for a 30% allocation to community media, that 3 to 5% of operational budgets are ring-fenced for communication across the system, and here we are referring to all 3 spheres of government. We have clarified the roles and responsibilities across all spheres in relation to communication, from the president as the communicator and chief, right down to the level of councillors at the local government level. The policy also introduces communication protocols for members of the executive, and then introduces compliance measures across the 3 spheres, looking at 25% compliance at the national level to the phase 2 standards that are defined by the GCIS, and a 20% compliance to the phase 1 elements at the provincial level. On the use of AI in communication, we are all aware that the Department of Communication and Digital Technologies has recently published the draft National AI Policy for public comment. And what the GCIS is committing to do is to developing an AI policy for itself as an organization that is consistent with this National AI Policy. And in so doing, will seek to position GCIS to lead a trusted, ethical, and future-orientated government communication within an AI-enabled environment. Here, the emphasis is on the ethical use of AI deployment and technology usage, so that we are more inclusive, that government communication is more credible, and to also ensure enhanced resilience against information threats. On the actual APP indicators, Chairperson, there are 44 indicators that are split as follows across the 3 branches of the GCIS. Corporate services on slide 16 has 4 output indicators in the categories of human capital and corporate services, emphasizing the need to ensure that our employees are upskilled in digital communication and coordination skills, so that we are representative of a skilled and capable workforce. Under the Government Information Technology Office, there are 2 indicators looking at how ICT solutions and technology adoption, technology solutions are either scoped or deployed, so that we enable a communication environment that is responsive and interactive, and also enables better engagement between our digital platforms and citizens. Under the Chief Financial Officer, we are pursuing an operational budget that is 25% that will be spent on designated groups. Moving to Program 2, which contains 21 output indicators, Chairperson, I'm going to confine myself to the new introductions and that relate directly to the critical enablers that I have spent some time unpacking. The first is the response rate to public comments against GCIS managed government ZA Facebook and X accounts. And the target that has been set is a 92% response rate. We also are looking at introducing an omni-channel system for digital platforms, looking at migrating 4 digital platforms and ensuring that these are deployed within the omni-channel. To improve our usage of the government segmentation model and ensure that the targeted products and platforms are aligned with segments of the government segmentation model, we have revised the indicator on Vuk'uzenzele to speak to the reach of Vuk'uzenzele, specifically to GSM levels 1, 2, and 3, which is your rooted realists and your city seekers. The next indicator would be the communication research projects, which are looking to evaluate the effectiveness of selected GCIS communication campaigns, products, and platforms. And over the 26-27 period, we will undertake 2 communication research projects. I have already spoken to the compliance with the government communication policy. And while the 25-26 APP already contained the assessment of compliance at the national level, we are now introducing as a output in the APP compliance at a provincial level to the phase 1 elements of the government communication policy. On slide 20, the 2 indicators I will emphasize is that with the processes underway to develop and finalize the government media buying policy, as well as a retention strategy for the existing clients, the GCIS will measure the number of new clients that start to use GCIS for media buying services. Again, this is aligned to some of the provisions that are set out in the revised government communication policy as revised. And in seeking to ensure that the continued institutionalization and adoption of GOZA TV as a preferred OTT platform for government content, the target for GOZA TV has been encapsulated as the number of hours that are broadcast per quarter, with an annual target of 720 hours targeted for the 26-27 financial year. Under policy development analysis and market modeling, we recognize our responsibility for ensuring support and sustainability to the community media sector. And working with a range of stakeholders, we will undertake an international study to determine and establish a differentiated community media support scheme. And this scheme will then be submitted to the Executive Authority for approval. And this aligns with the work that we have initiated between ourselves, the MDDA and ICASA, looking at community media plurality and proliferation and ensuring that we are responsive to the margins of society that remain underrepresented. Under branch 3, on slide 23, Chairperson, there are 2 indicators that were piloted in 25-26, which are now being improved in the 26-27 financial year. The first of these is looking at communication interventions that we make as the GCIS within 2 hours of identification to manage government's reputation. And based on our experience of having piloted this indicator in the previous financial year, we have set a target of 60% of identified communication issues, where we will make these interventions within 2 hours. And where they fall outside of the 2-hour period, an additional indicator is that 100% of communication initiatives will be facilitated with the government communication system within 6 hours for improved rapid response and to ensure government's voice on issues in the environment. A new indicator on slide 24 is the improved government communication dissemination through stakeholder partnerships. Here, Chairperson, we seek to leverage our learning from the experiences such as COVID-19, as well as the G20, where we built very strong and very conducive partnerships with a range of stakeholders who were able to enhance our communication efforts and increase the reach and dissemination of our communication efforts. We are now explicitly targeting 4 such partnerships that we will formalize and that will assist us in the implementation of the 5 campaigns that have been identified, but also in ensuring increased communication across the priorities of the medium-term development plan. We are also seeking to implement 1 special project that is implemented to the MTTP, the NCSF, or that is announced in SONA. And if we were to reflect on a similar initiative, Chairperson, we would probably present that in the previous financial year, G20 was 1 such special project that we undertook and we led as the center of government. If we look at how we have revised outcome 2 and start to measure the professionalization of the government communication system, we are targeting that 60% of newly appointed government communicators are going to undertake and complete a course that we have co-designed with the National School of Government. And the course is titled Mastering the Art of Government Communication. And with the number of new entrants into the system, if we ensure that they undertake this additional course over and above the requirements of the public service regulations in respect of appointments, we are confident that coupling this with the relevant training initiatives that are both request-driven as well as proactively identified by the GCIS, we will make significant headways in ensuring a skilled and capable workforce across the government communication system. Moving to slide 28, Chairperson, we have spent some time identifying a series of strategic risks, and in the development of mitigation actions, we have sought to ensure that the majority of these actions are actually cross-referenced to the output commitments that we have in the APP. The risks that have been identified speak to areas of lack of coherence in government messaging, the spreading of misinformation and disinformation that would lead to a misinformed public, a decline in public trust in government communication, as inadequate reach of government information to all segments of the population, as well as the inability to digitally transform government information and ensure security against cybersecurity breaches. The mitigation actions for each of these risks are then contained in the presentation, Chair, and I won't go into detail, recognizing that you have indicated time constraints. The CFO will then take us through the financial allocation.
Thank you, Nkosi. Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members, the DM and the minister in the platform, as well as colleagues. For the period of the 2026 MTF period, the GCIS is allocated 2.5 billion rands to administer and as well as deliver on its mandate. For 2026-27 financial year, we are allocated 803.2 million. For 27-28 financial year, we are allocated 837 million. And for 28-29 financial year, we are allocated 863 million. Then to give effect to the 2026 APP, GCIS is allocated 803.2 million, which is then spread across 3 programs. Program 1 is allocated 217.4 million. Program 2 is allocated 427.6 million. And program 3 is allocated 158.1 million. Then for the 2 outer years, program 1 is allocated 226.6 million for 27-28 and 237.9 million for 28-29. Program 2 is allocated 445.4 million for 27-28 and 460.3 million for 28-29 financial year. And then lastly, program 3 is allocated 164.8 million for 27-28 and 164.7 million for 28-29 financial year. We move to the next slide. The last one, the budget analysis. Thank you. Then for the current financial year of which we are presenting the APP, the GCIS is allocated 803 million, which is then spread across the economic classification. As operational budget, we are allocated 578.7 million, which is a 60% of the total allocation. This is made up of compensation of employees to the value of 224.5 million, which is then allocated to fund the establishment of 416 permanent positions against the total of 500 posts in the establishment. Then under goods and services, we allocated 210.5 million, of which 20 million of that allocation is for the national key campaigns that have been highlighted above. And then under transfers and subsidies, we allocated 260.5 million, which makes up 32% of the total budget. This allocation, Chairperson, it includes 41.9 million allocation to the MDDA, as well as 218.3 million allocation to Brand SA. We also have 2.2 million allocation for household, whereby we pay for leave gratuities when the employees exit the system, as well as 41,000 for SABC TV licenses. And lastly, we have capital budget of 5.6 million, which then consumes 1% of the total allocation. This budget is set aside to purchase capital assets so that we can enhance and improve in terms of the operations within GCIS. And then, Chairperson, notwithstanding the budgetary limitations for GCIS, We are committed to deliver on the mandate of the department, guided by the policy, the research tracker findings, as well as the MDDA priorities. So in concluding, we have revised our APP targets to better reflect on the desired outcome for GCIS. And also we have strategic initiatives that will enable strategic communication, which will then mean that we'll better use the tracker findings to ensure that the communication is targeted on those areas. We are also rationalizing the digital platforms to ensure that there is coherence in terms of messaging. And also we are improving in terms of the engagement across all GCIS platforms. We are also introducing efficiency indicators as per the recommendation from the committee. And also we have selected campaigns that are aligned to the national focus and priorities. And also we have established the editorial content hub, which will then harmonize and improve the message coherence. And also for the 2026 APP, we have a total of 44 indicators, which are mostly under outcome 1 and outcome 2. And also as part of the government communication policy, we are mobilizing across all the spheres of government to ensure that there is adherence to the norms and standards across the system. As part of phase 1 of the GSET, we are focusing on the provinces as well as local government. And then as part of phase 2, we are improving in terms of the international level. Thank you, Chair. That's the presentation for GCIS.
Thank you so much. Yes, ADG.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. Yes, thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, given the limited resources that we have as GCIS, both human and financial, our focus is more on ensuring that we lead, but we also coordinate the whole of government communication in all 3 spheres of government, so that there is better collaboration, integration, but also leverage on the limited resources that the whole system has. Hence, we also have a target that introduces the partnerships as well. So based on the partnerships and the leading of the overall 3 spheres of government, we are confident that as the government communication and information system, will be able to make an impact and implement our APP, but also making sure that the whole of the government communication and information system does this part, so that there is no gaps or deficiencies in terms of government communication. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
No, thank you so much, Acting DG Nomonde, and your team for being so organized and for presenting in respecting the time and assisting us with the time and being very focused in your presentation. Colleagues, I'm going to propose that we deal with the remaining 2 presentations first. So the substantive business for the day is dealt with, and that will allow us then time to engage. So let me then request the team from MDDA to please take the platform. The delegation, I've been informed, is led by its chairperson, Professor Shlengani Matabula, together with CEO Shweshwe Ko and the CFO Zinwalo Baiji. I may request Professor Shlengani to please lead his team onto the platform for the next 30 minutes at the most. And thank you so much to the departments thus far for really assisting us in the way you have presented. Team MDDA.
Thank you, Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson of the committee, honorable members of Parliament, the Minister of DCDT, Honorable Malatsi, Deputy Minister, and my boss, Honorable Kenny Murolong, and Deputy Minister Mondli Ngugubele, my former boss in this regard, the leaders of entities. Good morning, Chairperson. I'm honored really to present this APP for MDDA at this point. Chair, the board carries the responsibility of providing a strategic direction, ensuring that sound governance and financial stewardship and exercise effective oversight over the affairs of MDDA. I'm satisfied, Chair, that the board is meeting these responsibilities and that the agency remains aligned to its legislative mandate. As the board, we are acutely aware of the developments in the media landscape, including the rapid growth of digital technologies and new media platforms, the migration of advertising expenditure from traditional media to online platforms, and the resulting sustainability challenges facing the community and small commercial media. Through the agency's collaboration with the GCIS and under the guidance of the Minister, Ms. Kumbuzo Nchabeni, and Deputy Minister Morolong, the agency is working to respond to these changes and strengthen the sustainability and reliance of the sector. In presenting the annual performance plan for 2026-27, we confirm that this gives an effect to the mandate of the agency. Ms. Shosheku will take the committee through the APP assisted by the CFO, Ms. Tintswalo Bachi. However, on high level, Chairperson, I would like to indicate that there are programs through which the MDDA will implement its mandate. Program 1, the agency commits to an unqualified audit outcome revenue and a growth of revenue growth of 5%, strengthen risk maturity, leadership development, and staff satisfaction initiatives. On Program 2, on the grant and seed funding, we pledge to support, that support will be provided to community broadcasting, digital and print media project with strong accountability through monitoring and evaluation. On Program 3, which is the Partnership, Public Awareness and Policy Advocacy, the strategic partnerships, advocacy initiatives, and stakeholder engagement will be strengthened to increase sector compact. On Program 4, Chairperson, which is Sector Development and Outreach, the MDDA will invest in training, governance, mentoring, digital skills, media literacy, and ethics capacity building. 2 sector studies will form evidence-based policy and strategy. Chairperson, I'm acutely aware that I make these comments at this time, this potentially being my last appearance to this committee, given that my term will end on the 6th of June 2026. However, if the committee deem it necessary to invite us again, we will be available to make ourselves available. We are committed as MDDA to remain committed to advancing media diversity, strengthening accountability, and ensuring that communities across South Africa have access to sustainable and inclusive media platform. The board is satisfied that the 2026-27 APP is realistic, impactful, and grounded in a sound governance principle. To this extent, Chairperson, I'd like to invite the CEO to really, in short, not necessarily in detail, and the CFO to give further details in this regard. Thanks so much, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Prof, for your introductory comments. Let us invite the CEO, Tricia, Ms. Tricia Key. That from is yours.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, Honorable Imram Subrathi. Thank you to the Chairperson of the Board of the MDDA. Greetings also to the Deputy Minister in the Presidency, as well as the Minister at DCDT, as well as the Deputy Minister Chair. Thank you. I do see now that I have the rights to present. Chair, I will not go into details. The Chairperson of the MDDA Board has covered the annual performance plan of the MDDA. I will only highlight just the key sections. Chair, there are no changes in our operational environment as far as the legislative framework is concerned. The MDDA also has not changed the vision of an accessible, developmental, diversified, and sustainable community and small commercial media, as the Chairperson of the board has indicated. Chair, in bringing our mandate to life, the agency will deliver its program and work. I do wish to emphasize that there's strengthening in empowering communities with media literacy, and this will assist them in the engaging of information and the enablement of communities to be able to identify mis and disinformation. And the agency will be delivering this through the programs that we run in partnership with community media. The MDDA has a structure of 55 employees, of which only 44 of these are presently funded. The agency has only 2 vacancies in the period that we are presently reporting under. As we seek to fill in those vacancies, the agency is ensuring that we prioritize the gaps in our employment equity plans and will be able to give those into effect. The chairperson has spoken about how we are able to bring to life the mandate of the agency through the 5 programs that the agency runs. Therefore, I will not get into the details of the program. Chair, to highlight here is that the agency under Program 1 will have a change management project initiative, and this is one of the new targets that the agency has. We will also have a management development program that we will be implementing. I think, Chair, to highlight here is that essentially reinforcing what the chairperson of the board has indicated, that we are undertaking to increase and diversify our revenue income through fundraising, and the commitment is that we will then achieve this 5% revenue increase through fundraising initiatives. I will move to Program 2. The chairperson of the board has already covered this section. Just safe to highlight that while we continue to strengthen our support to community media, both the broadcast and the publishers, there remain constraints in how we are able to support the community print sector specifically. However, the agency is committed to ensuring that we do support community print publishers, including digital publishers. The target for the 2026-27 financial year being 8 projects that we are targeting. We are strengthening our implementation of the digital strategy by supporting the digitalization of the community and small commercial media sector. And in the year that we've now entered, the agency is targeting digitalizing 20 projects. For us to be able to achieve this, we are grateful for a partnership and collaboration with GCIS as well as with Centec. Chair, what's also key for us to highlight is the issue of monitoring and evaluation, in that there is effective monitoring and evaluation against the work the agency carries out and the public funds that are dispersed to beneficiaries. We have strengthened our monitoring and evaluation, and we continue then the commitment of delivering these 56 reports to evaluate whether the projects we are supporting are expanding on their funds and resources as agreed upon to also meet their mandate within the communities that they are serving. Chair, the chairperson of the board has covered this section, but I do want to indicate that there's a commitment from the side of the agency to improve partnerships and memorandums of agreements, and this is in the main to support community media, specifically in areas of non-financial support, including capacity building and research opportunities. Moving to Program 4, which focuses on sector development and the outreach programs that we run. Chair, I do want to emphasize that one of the key areas that the agency is elevating is targeted training that is focusing on ethics and disinformation within the community and small commercial media sector. We are planning to deliver 1 program in the current financial year, that being 2026-27. One of the areas that we have seen as a key area of priority to ensure the sustainability within community media is around governance as well as mentorship. As such, the agency will be delivering 2 trainings specifically focusing on governance at community media level. These would be for the beneficiaries. We will also support through a mentorship program the beneficiaries that we will be supporting in the current financial year, and this will also assist in ensuring that there is sustainability. Chair, in terms of research, the chair has spoken about the intentions of the outputs that we seek to achieve here, in that we need the research to help us make a case to advocate for community media, but also to advocate for increased resources to enable a sustainable MDDA and a sustainable community and small commercial media. I'll ask the CFO to assist with the presentation of our financial performance and planning for the financial year 2026-27.
Thank you and good morning to everyone on the platform. The targets, as outlined by the chairperson and the CEO of the MDDA, will be funded over the medium term by 113 million in the first year, 116 million in 2027-2028, and 120 million in the outer year. This revenue comes from broadcast funders. 58% of our revenue comes from broadcast funders. And then also the 41 million that will be transferred through GCIS, as well as about a 10% through interest income that we receive from the Reserve Bank. These funds, the revenue that we're going to derive, we're going to use it to for compensation of employees. In 2026-2027, we've earmarked about 44 million for compensation of employees, 46 million in 2027-28, and 49 million in the outer year. We also have 21 million for 2026-27 for goods and services, 22 million for 27-28, and 24 million in the outer year. And with regards to the funds that we allocate to beneficiaries, we've got 113 million in 26-27, 116 million in 27-28, and 120 million in the outer year. Despite our limited financial resources, the funding of the performance commitments are financially realistic, despite us having a limited financial resources. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any additions, Chairperson of MDDA? Prof?
Chairperson, there is no addition on my part. We give back the platform to you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Chairperson of MDDA, and to the team for your very succinct and precise presentation. Colleagues, let me then invite the last team that will be presenting to. Chairperson is on the call. Can I invite the Chairperson of NEMISA?
I am
to
your
take the place? Thank you so much, sir, for your Lionel, for your appearance here. The platform is yours.
Thank you so much for the invitation to again strengthen NEMISA's accountability and transparency, and for the opportunity to solicit the views of legislators and policymakers and be responsible to the public through this engagement. I will deal with the introduction, and our CEO, Mr. Trevor Ramitla, will deal with our 2026-2027 annual target alignment and our programs from slide 5 to 11. I know that our CFO, Mr. Solomon Pagati, is struggling to join the meeting. Will be here. Will take over the ride and over budget and financial side. When I chair, Mr. Ramit will go through that. Chair and members, NEMISA's mandate, as you would know, is to deliver training programs that will fill the deficit in digital and creative skills. These training programs should therefore benefit all citizens, government, and the different sectors of our economy. Considering our strategic overview, NEMISA has 5 strategic programs: administration, multi-stakeholder collaboration, e-astuteness, knowledge for innovation, and framework. Our strategic outcomes linked to the strategic programs introduced above, we believe would lead to a digitally transformed and well-governed organization, sustaining an ecosystem, skills for the economy, applied innovation and research outcomes, and aggregated digital and creative media training. In planning our interventions, we are acutely aware of the high unemployment, particularly youth unemployment, that is currently at 45%. NEMISA is also concerned about the digital divide, and when we talk about digital divide, NEMISA considers connectivity, inclusion, and training and awareness. And lastly, we try to address the shortage of digital skills. Our response to these worrying realities include the introduction of additional offerings, expanding our reach to our TVET colleges, solidifying existing and establishing new partnerships, and strengthening governance and organizational capacity. With that said, Chair, I now hand you over to our CEO, Mr. Trevor Ramitla.
Thank you so much, Mr. Adendorf. That was the chairperson of NEMISA. Thank you for your opening comments. Let's invite Mr. Ramitla, the CEO. Mr. Ramitla, the platform is yours.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and as well as members in the platform as well, colleagues.
Mr. Ramitla, your visual, we can't see you at all.
Oh,
it's,
okay. Let me try to move to the
there's
place.
a shadow on one side.
Yes, I can see that. My sincere apologies. Can you see the slide though, Chair?
Yeah, we can proceed. It's much better. That was here we go.
Yes, yes. Thank you so much. Thank you. So I'll just put it in the presentation mode. Thank you, Chairperson. What the committee has before it is the 2026-27 NEMISA annual performance plan. And our Chairperson has done the introduction in terms of the mandate, as well as our strategic overview, the various programs, as well as the various outcomes that we have. And of course, the areas that we are operating within, and what we are trying to solve for as well, and really are trying to understand the landscape and be responsive to it as well. Now, moving on, Chair, into the next slide, it talks to annual targets and the alignment to the MTDP and ministerial priorities. So program one, which is administration, obviously aligns with building a capable and ethical and developmental state. And program two, which is multi-stakeholder collaboration, also aligns to inclusive growth and job creation as we try to work with various partners to respond to the skills needs, but also building a capable and ethical developmental state as we work at training government officials. And program three, which is astuteness and driving at delivering skills for the economy, aligns with inclusive growth and job creation, reducing poverty and tackling high costs of living. And program four, which is knowledge for innovation, is looking at contributing towards inclusive growth and job creation, and also building a capable state. Then program five is looking at inclusive growth, of course. And moving on into program one, which is administration and the related targets. First, the outcome is a digitally transformed and well-governed organization, with the output indicator, the first one being digital maturity level achieved. And we are striving to achieve level 4 of that digital maturity. And what I need to indicate on this one is that NEMISA has deliberately adopted a digital maturity framework, which is aiming at transforming the organization digitally, from its culture to its platforms, people, processes, and technology, to make sure that we are operating with the latest technology that enables access as well, but that promotes scalability. And the next one is percentage of identified employees reskilled and upskilled in line with digital training plan. And we are saying 100% of those identified employees to be reskilled or upskilled must be achieved. And also percentage of annual audit action plans implemented. We take note that we do have internal and external auditors, and we want to make sure that the action plans are implemented. And therefore, we are aiming to achieve 90% of those action plans implemented. So we aiming to achieve an unqualified audit outcome with no material findings. And this next one is a new one, Chairperson, in that we are having noted the need for additional resources. We have committed to driving self-generated funds over and above what is allocated to NEMISA. And we're aiming as a start to make 15 million rand as self-generated funds to assist in expanding training programs that NEMISA offers. And then the next one is percentage of board evaluation action plans implemented. And here we are aiming at achieving 90% of board evaluation action plans implemented. This has to do with the evaluations that are done on the board and its effectiveness annually. And there are action plans that come out of that, and we aim to ensure that those are implemented. In the next program, which is about multi-stakeholder collaborations and with the outcome integrated ecosystem contributing to build a skilled society, we are working at adding value-adding partnerships. And here we are aiming at 6 value-adding partnerships established over and above those that are existing. And here we're looking at partnerships that can assist us in research, in accessing communities out there, resources as well, and funding. So those are the kind of partnerships that we are looking for. And also number of consolidated partnerships performance reports produced. So quarterly, we aim at producing an evaluation report on these partnerships to see if indeed they are value adding, and to implement actions if there are any actions that need to be implemented out of that. And also the next one is number of partnership ecosystem assessment. We intend to carry out 1 partnership ecosystem assessment annually. And the rationale for this is that NEMISA is positioning itself as a coordinator or orchestrator of various role players in the skills delivery ecosystem, especially digital skills. And we aim at identifying who are the role players, where are the gaps, and what can be done to close those gaps. And therefore, this ecosystem assessment is very, very important. In program 3, which is e-astuteness development, we have a number of targets. First is number of learners trained in creative media short courses. We're aiming to train 650. This did not change from last year's given the financing challenges that we have. Similar to number of creative media learners trained in learnerships, the number remains the same, and number of training programs reviewed. We will be doing 2 of those to ensure that we are always up to speed with changes and the needs that are emerging. A number of learners trained in basic digital literacy. We will be training 50,000 people, and amongst this, we're looking at government officials, we're looking at traditional leaders, we're looking at populations or communities in the rural areas as well. And a number of people trained in digital entrepreneurship to support MSMEs development. We are targeting 8,000 of those. This aims at ensuring that MSMEs transform digitally and they adopt e-commerce and digital tools to carry out their businesses. And the next one is number of learners trained in emerging digital technologies. This includes, or those that we are prioritizing is data science, is cybersecurity, software development. We are looking at AI as well. So those are the ones that we are prioritizing. Of course, others that are relevant as well, depending on the demand out there in the economy. So we're aiming at training 2,000 unemployed people in emerging digital technologies. The next one is number of learners trained in technician training programs. This has to do with device repairs or electronic repairs and so forth. We've been prioritizing cell phone repairs in this regard. And we're aiming at training 200 unemployed people to start businesses in this space. And the next one is number of new learning content products developed for the learning management system. So this is content for the learning management system. So once a quarter, we will develop a content for the learning management system. And the next one is number of new learning programs developed. We're aiming at developing 5. And also the next one is developing occupational learning. Here we're looking at 5 learning pathways developed and implemented. This has to do with making sure that our training programs are aligned with exit strategies for people to go into next opportunities or into occupations, specific occupations that are in demand in the economy. And the next one is percentage of learning transition plan implemented. We're looking at 60% of learning transition plan implemented. The transition plan has to do with making sure that when our learners complete training, they either go into entrepreneurship or they go into learnerships or work integrated learning or employment or further learning and other opportunities that may be out there. So we're looking at establishing partnerships that will support that, and 60% of that plan must be implemented. In the next slide, which is about program 4, Knowledge for Innovation, we will be implementing one, we used to call it a hackathon, but it's now called Discothon. It's a mix of technology innovations plus creative media, or bringing the creative element to it. And it'll be having a colloquium element as well, with research papers being presented. So we'll have one event in the year, and we will also have one digital skills roundtable, and also have 2 advocacy and awareness campaigns. Here we intend to work with our colleagues from GCIS, MDDA, SABC, and others that can make a contribution to drive campaigns so that we drive awareness about our programs. Then the next one is a number of research agenda implementation initiatives. We have a research agenda with specific targeted research that we need to do, especially around needs analysis, skills needs analysis. And we intend to publish 2 papers out of that. And in the next one is number of monitoring and evaluation reports produced. We are very stringent when it comes to monitoring. We produce at least a quarterly report, and on a monthly basis, we also track performance, and therefore we will be having a consolidated report at the end, and also one impact assessment produced as well, which will track how or where have our beneficiaries gone. We will be doing that on an annual basis going forward. And these are just our delivery channels. We'll be using online, blended, and face-to-face. Of course, online supported by our LMS, our OTT platform, also Microsoft platform and Coursera, and other platforms that we are able to access, and making sure that they are 0 rated so that they can be accessible as well. And of course, we will use blended, which is a combination of online and direct training being facilitated by professionals in the form of webinars or virtual training methods. So that's another one. And the next one is face-to-face trainings. We will be using NEMISA campus, of course, core labs at various universities. We have expanded actually into TVET colleges, and we are now expanding into CET colleges. We have signed a memorandum of agreement with the Department of Higher Education and Training in that regard. We will be working with DBE as well, utilizing schools on the ground, and the Arona project, which employs ambassadors, will also be operational in that way. And we will also develop a panel of experts in terms of facilitators to reach as many people as possible. So these are the channels that we will be utilizing. I'll hand over to our CFO. At least he has been able to join, Chair. I'll hand over to him to take us through the budget overview. CFO?
Good morning to the chairperson, the honorable members, the minister, deputy minister, and chairpersons of boards and the leadership on the call. I will be taking you through the finance slides. If you can go to the first one, see. Thank you. The first slide is simple, a reflection of our budget for the full year 26-27, the first slide, which is about 121 million. And of the 121 million, the 105 is coming from the fiscus, the allocation. And the 15 million is what CEO spoke to when he was talking to the APP. We've been very bold as the organization to say, let's go for 15 million as a target in the first year. And of course, we'll be increasing this number going forward. And we have already started seeing the green shoots in terms of the work that we're doing. 800,000 is anticipated to be coming from interest from investment, which is the amount that we put through the South African Reserve Bank. This, in a nutshell, is our revenue base for the 26-27 financial year. If you can move to the next slide. The next slide is just reflecting in terms of how this amount is allocated to the programs within NEMISA. 58.7 million on administration, 61.6 on program 3, and 800 on program 4. But again, if you look at that, it tells you that over 60% of our budget is going directly into programs. In fact, there's quite a lot of money that is sitting in administration that should actually be classified under programs as well. I mean, if you look at what we pay for rent for our facility, which we use also as our lecture halls and all of that, it is sitting under administration, but you will find that for us to deliver our programs, you need to have that space, which is sitting there. So over 60% of our allocation is going directly into programs. If you go to the next slide. The next slide, just reflecting in terms of the 58 million, which is going into administration, your employee-related cost, about 28.6 operating expenses, and sitting in those operating expenses, of course, is other costs relating to programs as well, which could be separated and included into the programs. IT expenses, if you look at IT expenses, some of the expenses are related to licenses and other costs that are supporting our programs, consulting costs as well. You will find that we have other consultants that are directly working on programs. The list rentals that I spoke to, the 2.9, it talks to what I spoke to earlier on. The audit fees of about 2.4 million, and that in total takes us to the 58.7 million that we allocate to administration for our budget of 121. If you go to the next slide. The next slide talks to the programs, salaries for the programs, about 20 million. These are our facilitators, our lecturers, and everybody else that touches the product, our list rentals, the operating leases, creative media, and creative media learners participating in learnerships. That would include things related to your stipends as well, program review and development, digital literacy. All of these costs are really about the core mandate, which in total they amount to about 51% of the budget. If we move on to the next slide. The next slide is the last slide, which is on program 4, the discathons that are sitting in our APP, and also the digital skills roundtables at 400. That takes up the total of about 800,000, which is allocated to this program for 26-27 financial year. That was the last slide, Chair and honorable members. Thank you for your time. Thank you very much, CEO.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. That then constitutes the presentation on the APP and the strat plan for the for this current financial year from NEMISA. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Adendorf, and thank you to your team for your very succinct and precise presentation. It is well received. Colleagues, thank you all so much for assisting me, and really to the teams and the two departments as well as the two entities who've come before us this morning in your very precise and focused presentations. We do have, through this intervention, have now an opportunity to engage the presentation. So colleagues, I'll be looking for hands. I'll allow you a minute or two before colleagues can come on and raise your hands. Honorable Matafa, I recognize you first. Honorable Matafa, the platform is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm just putting my video on as proof of life, and I'm requesting that I switch it off to protect my network integrity.
Thank you. That's in order.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, let me greet the executive that is on the platform and join you in congratulating Minister Malatsi for his election into the leadership of his political party. Chair, very briefly, I will start by appreciating the presentations and will mainly deal with the main department, the DCDT, as the oversight department in the meeting. But before I do that, Chair, I'll just want to speak on what I believe are global and overarching issues. Some of them will be questions, some of them will be observations. I invite anyone who thinks that will be applicable to their space of responsibility to respond. The first one, Chair, is on the APPs in general. My question would be, what are salient points that makes them different from the previous APPs? Because APPs are annually based, and I think the message that I'm missing in all the APPs is that in this specific year, what are the salient problems that these APPs are trying to address? And the main one is if whether these APPs are aligned to the broader national objectives. And I think that one squarely sits with the department to say to us that, no, indeed, our APP is aligned with the strategic objectives of the country. What I would want to comment, Chair, is that from my observation, especially as far as the department is concerned, it appears that most of the interventions that are made are regulatory in nature, as compared to previous instances where in the main, they look mainly towards administrative activities. Now, for me, that is important, Chair, because regulatory bodies like ICASA will have a basis that will drive and speak to their core mandate, unlike being driven by administrative activities. I mean, you can speak of the EEIP, we can speak of the online safety white paper. Such things, for me, I think they are very much welcome, and we need to support those. Chair, the other observation, and which I wish to ask from the department, is what collaborative steps are there in order to move the needle as far as the consolidation of fiber networks are concerned? Is it not time that the DCDT takes over this responsibility? Or we urge the department and entities, make it a cross-cutting APP, that there should be this consolidation and we find a common framework in order to realize this particular strategic objective. Because for me, I don't think that it's sufficient to say ESCOM, Transnet, BBI, and maybe CETA must be on their own responsible to ensuring data consolidation. I think there should be a framework that will at least assist in fast-tracking this particular process. Because for me, Chair, working in isolation will not take us anywhere as far as this particular important objective is concerned. And the other one is on the question about the APPs from entities. And the question again goes to the department. if the department has gone through the APPs and believe that they speak to the objectives of the department, they speak to the objectives of the country, as I earlier alluded to. There are areas of interest for us as political parties looking at our constituencies, the youth, women, people with disabilities, the working class, marginalized communities. Are we responding to these challenges based on our mandate as entities, firstly? But secondly, as a department, how do we ensure oversight and support to those particular issues, Chair? Those are just global issues, Chair. Quickly, 2 or 3 points on specifics that I would have picked up in the DCDT presentation. There is currently a vacancy rate, which also has vacancies that are funded. I think there is about 86 or 85 that is funded. Some of them are in critical technical positions. For me, Chair, I believe that this is a risk for the APP and the broader strategy, because any strategy that is not supported by the necessary human capital resource is one that is likely not to be implemented. What are the steps that are going to be taken to ensure that those particular vacancies are filled? Chair, I'm mindful of the fact that there are budget cuts, and I welcome the concern that is raised by the department that the budget cuts represent challenges that might make the operational efficiencies of the department and its entities a problem. So I would want to ask the department, how do they wish for the committee to assist them in dealing with this particular issue? And maybe to the executive, is it deliberate that we are being defunded? And if so, what does it mean to our sector as an economic driver? Because, Chair, where I'm sitting, and with all due respect, I think currently we have not yet appreciated the communications and digital technologies space as an economic driver. And for me, I think it's a missed opportunity. We should see ourselves as an economic driver and ensure that wherever we can invest, let us invest to ensure that we assist the country move the economy forward. The one on the SOE oversight, the department correctly speaks about shareholder compacts, and we welcome that development. My question would be, how will these shareholder compacts be monitored to ensure that they do indeed improve performance by these particular entities? As we know currently, we have certain entities that are distressed. So how will that assist? And the last one, Chair, it's on the significance of the SABC. We still believe that the SABC bill and funding model is an overdue matter that needs to be resolved. We welcome all the efforts from the executive at the department to ensure that the matter is moving, but we just need to find some comfort that the progress that is made is in line with the expectations as far as the timelines are concerned from the department. Because for me, Chair, what is glaring is the absence of specific parliamentary process approval. To say we are engaging with external stakeholders and society, we believe that at this time we should be going to Parliament for approval. We'll appreciate if we can get that clarity, Chair. I appreciate your time, Chair, for allowing me this opportunity to engage. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Matafa. Honorable Botlani. Welcome.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, colleagues and fellow South Africans. Chair, maybe as a housekeeping matter, I really want to draw our attention to how we run our meetings. I think coming into a meeting and sitting for a marathon 2 hours of presentations and only engaging with the department and the entities right at the end is really not conducive, especially because we've got a house sitting today and you would have an appreciation of the logistics of us getting to Parliament. It's not a conversation for this meeting, but maybe when you do have with our chairperson, you must please raise the issue sharply to say we need a better way to engage the entities, because now we are expected to go back and, for example, engage the presentation, the opening remarks of the Minister, Mr. Libango. I can't even remember my own notes after so many presentations. So it really just takes away the ability to really engage. I do have a few questions, Chair, and I do beg your indulgence. I'll start with MDDA, if you do not mind. Chair, for me, MDDA talks about that 57% of its revenue comes from the broadcast sector levy. So the question is, let me rather do this so that I am able to see, Chair. So my question to MDDA is this sustainable, especially because we have had conversations about how the sector itself is battling and the ability for them to really have revenue is also dwindling. And again, is this achievable because there is legislation that compels those companies to provide that levy, and outside that legislation, we would not have that ability. Then the question becomes, what has again MDDA done to innovate, to make sure that it is sustainable? What innovative ways outside the levies are they able to share with the portfolio committee for relating to their funding? And would they say those would assist them for long-term funding as a strategy? And for me, I think the more we engage the MDDA, the more I am convinced that the placement of this entity within the presidency has served its cause. And I think MDDA would really be better placed under the GCDT. But that's another conversation for another day. And also, as we remember that we also do not have oversight over Brand SA, but we are engaged with their budget. That's as far as MDDA goes for me. And for me, NEMISA chairperson, the presentation talks about the appointment of a panel of fundraisers. Again, we have an issue where the social obligations are not necessarily enticing for companies. Who would be part of that panel of fundraisers, and what sort of skills would those people be having? And on the appointment of that panel, with the controversies around the management and the leadership of NEMISA, how transparent will the process of appointing those fundraisers be? And training on delivered partners, how will they coordinate at the process? Oh, okay. And the NEMISA also talks about having partnerships. We know, as we have seen, for example, with the South African Post Office, where people come in and in the guise of providing partnerships, but in the long term, they really do not bring any money to the table, but they ride on the name and the ability and the infrastructure of the state agencies. With the partners that they are telling us about, what are they bringing to the table? And I appreciate that they listed a number of people that are interested, but would you say that NEMISA is being seen, if you are positioning yourself as a preferred stakeholder in training? And I worry about how we talk about digital economy and digital transformation as really abstract terms. And I'm not sure how NEMISA is able to position itself in that realm in terms of, and I'll call it, for lack of a better word, their curriculum. Is NEMISA content that what they are offering young South Africans is really fit to take them into what the future looks like in terms of electronics, in terms of their ability to really participate in the digital economy? And perhaps the other question as a follow-up on the issue of the partners, what incentives do we offer besides the infrastructure? What other incentives do we offer? Because we don't want to have partnerships for the sake of having partnerships. Chair, what also worries me, and perhaps NEMISA could also clarify, what level of outsourcing happens at NEMISA? What exactly is outsourced? Does NEMISA outsource the training per se, or would it be outsourcing things like the logistics, e.g. catering? I'm not really sure if I understand what in-house capabilities NEMISA has, if they could just really speak to us about that. Chair, please allow me to speak on the SABC bill. Well, I do appreciate that we have a gazette, the details of how the process will unfold with the funding model, which we fortunately have been taken along by the minister. I really wish we could have something more concrete in terms of speaking to the SABC board. I say this because, Chairperson, we must assure the SABC stakeholders and South Africans and employees of the SABC that we are making progress in that regard. So is it at all possible for us to really speak in concrete terms in terms of what we want to be doing with the SABC board? And in that vein, Chairperson, I'm sorry if I missed it. I thought we would really come with guns blazing on the issue of us wanting to review the legislation, especially the NCA legislation, the Electronic Communications Act. Did I miss any plans that the department has to review that legislation? And if we could just speak to that, because we appreciate that we've got the audio and audiovisual white paper out and the AI policies out for public comment. But again, everything, especially also with the SABC bill, takes us to the ECA. What are we saying about the ECA in this cycle of APPs? Chair, we have spoken about the verification of Wi-Fi sites. And this is something that we picked up when we did our oversights to say there is a duplication and a repeat going of resources to the same site. Are we winning on the fight to reconcile the Wi-Fi sites? Because if we're going to talk about 2,000, but there is no proper coordination, we continue to operate in silos, then we will still be having the issue going on as issues of duplication. Chair, I worry about DCDT talking about bringing in consultations. And this is also in line with the presentation of the CFO, Ms. Mafulo, who also talks about people having let go. And also we talk about consultation so that consultants, I do beg your pardon, so that we can meet performance targets. For me, meeting performance targets is not just about meeting targets. It's also about empowering the organization so that the organization is, in the long run, able to sustain itself, create institutional memory, create institutional capacity. How are we balancing that? Because consultants come and go, and at the end of the day, they go, they implement, because we expose them to our trade secrets, and at the end of the day, they go and replicate those with other organizations. Yes, you might have a contract that safeguards that, but it's not always visible. So how do we balance that with the creation of institutional capacity? Chair, I'm going to ask for 3 more minutes. Perhaps the department must really tell us, we talk about the digital economy. It does not come out strongly how we support SMMEs in this regard. And again, we've spoken about NEMISA, but the projects about getting our South Africans, our young people, future ready, is not really coming out strongly. It does not have to be an answer in this session. Perhaps they could provide us with a written reply on what projects are being carried out. We are reporting a 24.9% vacancy rate within the department. Again, this takes me back to the point that Ms. Mafulo was making. When we talk about having let go some people, and I'm sorry if I misunderstood you, what does this mean for the critical vacancies? And what does this mean again for the ability of the department to really have the technical skills when we are then going to talk about outsourcing and using consultants? And what is the impact of the the vacancy rate sitting at 24.9? I really hope I'm making sense, because I'm really a bit lost in terms of how the department plans to balance this out. And I'm more than happy to clarify if I'm not clear. Chair, I would have really appreciated a stronger a presentation on the issue of the rationalization. This again takes me back to the issue of MDDA. We should really start a conversation about where we want to place MDDA within the department. I thought we would have had a stronger and more deliberate timelines in terms of the rationalization of BBI and Centec. Perhaps through you, Chairperson, then we must request a proper report on where we are on the rationalization, especially of these two entities, especially with what we are seeing at the moment where the department is really battling in terms of what the minister calls the slicing of the cake. And we have already spoken to how BBI operates within a legislative vacuum. And we again have spoken about how Centec remains disempowered because of its financial situation. I would love, Chairperson, we talk about our global position. How do we translate that to the men on the street? How does an ordinary Solofelo Botlani feel that the treaties that we have, the conferences that our officials are going to be attending, really come back and address their bread and butter issues? How do we translate that to really a better understanding for the men of the street, to say this is an investment that we are making as organizations on your behalf? And I'm just throwing that there just as a comment here. And maybe perhaps on the issue of the Wi-Fi and the duplication, is it at all possible for the department to provide the portfolio committee with a breakdown so that we know where in our constituencies has there been services, and we are able to also identify the needs within our respective constituencies, and we can perhaps advise the department. I'm a bit lost. We are being told today that the department is no longer talking about phase 2 of SA Connect. We are only going to now talk about phase 1. What constraints is the department facing with the implementation of SA Connect, be it phase 1, be it phase 2? What would the department say is the biggest constraint that is hindering the proper implementation and rollout of the phase of SA Connect? And I'm not sure if what we mean when we say we are no longer talking about phase 2, are we saying we are, if I could just be clarified, I'm not sure even if I would be able to put it into context. I really did not understand it. Chair, we have made a pledge to ourselves with as a portfolio committee to have a joint meeting with the department portfolio committee on culture to discuss the local government elections in relation to also the SAPC funding. I'm not sure whether we capture that in our planned program for the week for the term. I will have to go back and just double check on that, but I thought I would just raise it. Again, I would have appreciated a stronger commitment from the department and the entities in terms of what they really plan to do to address the AG findings, how they solidify that. But perhaps this will come out when we do get the report from the AG. On GCIS, Chairperson, I understand the announcement of the information of, I think I have it as editorial command center. I could be wrong. And for me, I think it's good in a sense that it really aims to end the siloed activities that we see in the communication space. But what compels departments to be a part of that hub? What makes it compulsory? What's the incentive? How do you entice them so that you, as GCIS, has a better control of government communicators? And Chair, we must really commend the GCIS. We are seeing proper coverage of the cabinet briefings. We are seeing proper utilization of the GCIS studios, especially by the various departments, and it's really appearing as really professional. So that is seen, and it is really welcomed. Chair, I really am excited because the GCIS also placed a lot of emphasis on the ability to do research, which says that GCIS will be able to really make evidence-based interventions, which will translate to citizens having a better trust on the institution of GCIS. I do want to raise with DM Morolong that it is really unfortunate that we are engaging another APP of this department when there has not been an appointment of is it the CEO at GCIS. It really is an unfortunate thing that we 2 years into this term, almost 3 years into this term, we have been lamenting about the inability of the minister and the deputy minister to really make an appointment. It must be demoralizing even for the people that are working at GCIS to not be able to have a stable and a leadership which speaks to their ability to really do their basic things. And you just create instability if one is acting for 3 months and the other one comes and they act for 3 weeks and 3 months. It's really unnecessary and unsustainable. Lastly, Chair, when they talk about how, in fact, two more things. GCIS is telling us that they will be going on a study tour to understand the funding of community media. Where would they be going? Is the information not readily available? And how far would they how far would they do to go to also study the local dynamics and speak to the people that are affected themselves by the change in the environment? And these are your community radio station managers and people who volunteer at these different institutions. Are they considering that, if at all? And Chair, it remains a worry that information will remain in the space, and we talk about a turnaround time of at least 2 hours, 6 hours, depending. Is GCIS telling us that they work 24 hours? There's night shifts at GCIS, and what sort of arrangements is there? Because in my mind, I thought perhaps maybe they've got some service level agreements that says when something is put up on Google, something is put up on TikTok, they are then able to engage those to really demystify and to manage the mis and disinformation within the country. How is that handled? Is it a concrete set up, or is it on an ad hoc basis? And if it is ad hoc basis, how do you ensure that you have the ability to really intercept those sort of misinformation or disinformation, so that you really do speak for truthfully and factually to South Africans? And I'm really surprised. You learn something new every day. I thought we had a CIC in the country, but today we also learned that the president is the CIC because he's the chief information communicator. So I feel empowered, Chair. Thank you.
Certainly, the president is indeed the chief information communicator for the country. Thank you so much, Honorable Baglani. I've allowed you that indulgence because I thought in the way we planned this morning's session, I wanted to ensure that the presentations are received at least. And I think the entities assisted us by being really very precise. And that is why after the first 2 sessions, I thought if it's going to be at about 20 minutes, 25 minutes, it wouldn't be too much. But your comment and your input is noted. Honorable Mkhacha and thereafter Honorable Shobele.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Good morning, honorable members.
Good morning.
Ministers and Deputy Minister. They report in the platform. I'll be quick, Chair. Let's welcome the reports as presented. I think we're overworking ourselves within limited times. At time. Chair, the department has outlined plus or minus 7 programs. And all those 7 programs are very critical. But I just want to check with the department as to, do they have projection out of this budget, out of their budget for job creation? But the responsibility of each department is to ensure that as they budget, they make a dent in terms of reducing the unemployment in the country across sectors? Do they have that projections? 2, are all your plans as a department aligned with the MDDA and the NDP across all 7 programs? And are you sure that there are no gaps? If we had time, I would elaborate on this one, but I'll make a follow-up if need be as to why I'm posing this question. In relation to consistency and responsiveness to different sectors we are dealing with. Program 4, digital communication access, that's program 4. Supposed to be dealing, when we're talking communication access, supposed to be dealing with the ordinary person or people across society, particularly in rural areas. Are you serious about rural areas? Are you really serious about rural areas? Are you able to quantify the work we are doing in rural areas per province? Maybe that breakdown would be able to clarify myself as to exactly what we are doing in rural areas. Are you able to quantify the work we are doing in rural areas? And to be generic as far as this is concerned. But the majority of the disadvantaged people are located in those rural areas. CFO spoke about the baseline reduction. And I know it's informed by this negative budgeting by Treasury to various departments. But to what extent does this baseline reduction affect service delivery? To what extent are you able to quantify the extent to which these baselines reductions have affected the ordinary people or sectors? Do you have provision for the oncoming local government elections? So the CFO must clarify that as they were planning in mind, because of the oncoming election this year, and they know the critical nature of communication as far as that is concerned, they ought to have made some provision as far as local government elections. But I didn't hear from her report as to exactly or talking to this particular matter. GCIS, particularly on international affairs, and I'm raising this question both to the minister and the department. Are you capacitated enough to counter international onslaught against the country? And I'm referring to a question of the propaganda as perpetrated by United States of America, a plethora of allegations against South Africa. And my observation is that, and I might be wrong, one able to rise above and begin to effectively counter this allegation. We talk of white genocide and other allegations that the America, through its own interest, is painting against us as a country. Are you succeeding in terms of countering these allegations? I want to talk about the question of SAPC bill. I think honorable members have spoken on this one. Still on GCIS, when are you going to appoint a CEO? A permanent CEO. When are you going to appoint a CEO as GCIS? MDDA. Let me appreciate your intervention in Humansdorp in the Eastern Cape. I've seen the studio that they are establishing and the support you have given in terms of the machinery. But we have given the machinery out of a very bad environment. In that institution, or which is located in Stapo building, that is post office building. Infrastructure is bad, and you promised that they must develop a organogram some time ago. They've concluded that organogram, but there's nothing forthcoming. And they're being charged by post office plus or minus 60,000 per month, and they're unable to, they're not making profits. I just want to check with MDDA as to exactly what becomes your role in ensuring that a newly established community radio is successful in terms of initial work, particularly around the establishment, because they are grappling with the establishment. That's what. The last one is in relation to NEMISA. Little, and I must appreciate the work they are doing. But my understanding is that the high level of lack of skills is at Spectrum Pro level. That is in industries. If you are building skills, you're building skills for industries to produce or to be productive. And that skill can only be harnessed through workers. But there's little that you are talking about when it comes to factory floor workers, where they are retrenched on a daily basis and with no intervention. Now, what relations do you have with labor unions? What relations do you have with labor unions? Labor unions are deducted 1% levy by sitters, and seemingly they are not benefiting anything from sitters. It's only those who are in the top echelon that are benefiting from sitters through various ways. But ordinary workers on the floor are not benefiting, and they lack skills. Don't you have a program that is directed to factory floors so that we are able to deal with majority of workers? And I'm mindful of the limitation of your budget. But in terms of you having a clear projection that this is how we are going to assist as far as this particular, because digital skills and technologies are ever changing in industries. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Mkhakha. Honorable Shabaleng, and thereafter Honorable Singh. Honorable Shabaleng, are you with us? Okay, let's take Honorable Singh and then we'll come back to Honorable Shabaleng. Honorable Singh.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just be brief. Chair, regarding the department's presentation, that's DCDT, I think I really welcome the APP. I found it to be very well structured and being quite realistic in how we can do our job for oversight and monitor their performance, with the indicators being a lot more specific and being tied to outcomes, which is important for us because at the end of the day, we want to see that whatever interventions and programs that government has the impact that will improve the lives of people, improve connectivity, and get more people into jobs and grow the economy. So the fact that a lot of the way the APP is structured and is aligned, I think just makes it easier for us to monitor their performance, which is appreciated. I have been covered by Honorable Budlani regarding the rationalization of BBI and Syntech. Don't think that I actually saw timelines, because one of the concerns that we have is when we need to do things and then there's no timelines in place, it just makes it a lot more difficult for us to follow. I'm pleased about the equity equivalent because, in my opinion, I think the impact that we see is direct on the beneficiaries they are the people that we want to see empowered. When schools are connected, when clinics are connected, when skills programs are run, people are employed, I think the impact it's hard to question the impact. Obviously, the issue about monitoring and oversight of their commitments needs to be strengthened, because I think that's where we have fallen down, and then the whole program actually gets a bad name. But in essence, what we want to see is we want to see the impact, and the equity equivalent programs actually, I think, do provide us with that impact. Obviously, we'd like to see the finalized revised SABC bill and the funding model, because we'd all like to get the SABC in a position where it can be sustainable. Chair, coming to the MDDA, my concern regarding the MDDA is that it's hard to ignore our recent oversight visit that we've had with the MDDA. And there were serious issues at board level. The environment and that the employees work in was very toxic. And I don't see any of those challenges in their plans, neither do I see, and because those challenges are not recognized, there are no solutions being put forward as to how this will be dealt with. And we can't just leave these issues hanging in the air or allow them to continue in the manner that they are. So I am concerned about that. And it would also appear that there's been no response from the minister to actually deal with the issues that the board is having. When it comes to GCIS, Chair, I just want to focus on one thing, and that is when we talk about the mission of GCIS, and it's to actually empower our citizens. And my problem is that if you talk to many South Africans, and especially a vast number of people living in the rural areas, Chair, we certainly cannot consider a majority of them to be empowered citizens. So I don't believe that the message is reaching those who need it most and who have access to the least. The information that comes through is not creating an empowered citizenry. So we need to look at that. The other issue I would just like to question about is the ambitious targets about them reaching 800 million people and that kind of thing. I would really like to know how this is measured. I had asked it before because there are a particular group of people that have multiple devices. So how do they actually measure these? Are these unique people actually reading and accessing something? Or is it the number of devices that are accessing something? Because that's a huge difference if some people are accessing information on a number of devices. So I do have a problem with the way some of the targets are structured, and the impact with NEMISA, it's specifically the impact. They did tell us that it's not their responsibility, or it wasn't part of their job to actually do the post-training surveys in terms of actual job placements. But Chair, if we are in a skills training environment and we cannot measure how many of those people, after they have been upskilled, actually become part of our workforce, then I think we're missing the boat. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Singh. Let me check if Honorable Shabalin, are you available? Are you with us, Honorable Shabalin?
I'm available, Chair. Thank you so much. Yeah, I think maybe on the starting part of it, let me just be grateful and apologize. I'm using the dual devices here. That's why I had a challenge on connectivity now. But yeah, maybe to kick off the whole session is to go back onto appreciating the presentation, as well as looking at the ways that we could actually give in our inputs. One is that the executive summary in terms of the APPs and delivery focus with the roadmap, you know, highlights quite a lot of challenging areas. And then for me, my best interest is to look at really issues that we need to focus on. One is the issues around the entities, the issues around ICASA, you know, in terms of legislation, and then some of the issues that are currently related to the DCDT championing projects for the digital economy agenda. And then maybe the biggest issue is currently the slow pace on consolidating the fiber networks to the state. That's a major challenge. You know, this should be an APP that must cut across all entities to ensure that we accelerate the rollout of, you know, infrastructure. In the main, Eskom, Transnet, BBI, and SITA. We need a proper APP that, Chair, talks directly to this particular approach on how do we make sure that we can consolidate the entire infrastructure around the state, combining the element of Eskom, Transnet, the BBI, and the SITA part of it. So, Chair, for me, if that process, you know, in terms of fiber consolidation of the networks is looked at, we can really achieve quite a bit. The other part of it is in terms of really looking at the digital infrastructure is you can't, we're currently talking in silos right now. Most of the infrastructure is sitting everywhere and not fully consolidated. And as a result, is proposing a challenge. On the issues of the, on the questions to the AG, the questions are that, one, the audited APP moving South Africa forward? Second question on the AG is, how do these APPs compare to the previous ones, which is there a productive movement in terms of how this you know, annual performance process has been actually, you know, undertaken? But the third part of it is, what constitutes administrative versus regulatory interventions on this particular process? That's the questions to the APP. On the DPME APP format, it's our belief that it is still a challenge to entities such as ICASA. It is not friendly to multi-layer, multi-year projects. And in the main, it was designed for short-term projects, as many regulatory interventions are not achieved within a year. So, you know, if we can increase the number of regulatory interventions versus administrative activities, you know, and for a while, ICASA's APP was driven by administrative activities as compared to regulatory interventions. So I think if we can look into that, it will be great. But more than anything, going back to some of the notes for me is, you know, the ICT transformation in terms of global partnership and SOE governance. We are not really leading, Church, in respect to global digital leadership on inclusive strategy, particularly for women, youth, children, and persons with disabilities. And from a South African point of view, I think we need to take this into consideration. You know, last week we were out on an outreach in the rural areas, and it's heartbreaking to see that there's no connectivity in those areas. There's no infrastructure for mostly vulnerable of the vulnerable, the poor of the poor. And as a result, we have government spending money on a year-to-year basis, rolling out infrastructure, which does not reach the key beneficiaries of this particular program. So I think we need to highlight that issue that We are having a challenge. Unemployment is increased today due to the fact that there is unavailability of proper digital access and inclusive digital infrastructure. And maybe on digital communication and access to services targets, one should say that we need the finalization of the electronic communications amendment bills in terms of the oversight of ICASA, the question of SAPO, Postbank, USASA, and USAF. That's one of the key things that we need to focus on. The budget summary, I think, on the budget side of it is, the economic classification in terms of transfers and subsidies on the current payments and transfers, as you've seen that there was a challenge over the last meeting which we had, whereby the transfer which was specified, which was not classified or specified, but was classified under category that entities like the South African Post Office will benefit from the distribution, for instance, of that 700 million or funding, which is inadequate and insufficient. So we need a specified classification of budgets, who and what and how and by when, so that we as Parliament, when we hold the executive accountable, there is already a clarified. We can say, you came to us in April, this is what you said. This is against the measurement of what you said based on what you have delivered. That's the kind of methodology that we should be using, because our strategy, when we said, classified very clearly that we need a strategic APP priority-based approach. Departments as well as entities brief us on what they are going to do. Our job at the legislators level is to hold them accountable and to make sure that we give benefit to the people that are actually keeping us here in Parliament, as well as who have elected us as the legislators, which is to bring them the value and to hold government executives accountable. And as you've seen with the issues around the Madanga, the issues around the ad hoc committee, we have to step up our accountability process and hold our government and the executives to account on all levels, and without having been personal, but looking at the issues that are important. I feel right now that we need to bring DCT, the department, into direct focus on some of their APPs and say, what have you delivered? It's a simple step. You've said you can do this. Has it been done? Yes or no? Project, is it percentage-wise in terms of project development cycle? Have you completed 50% or 100%, yes or no? And then we can measure these things and finalize them quickly and get to the point of it. And thank you so much, Chair. I just wanted to raise those issues.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman, and thank you, honorable members, for your very pointed inputs and very welcomed inputs. I think there's a clarion call for the consolidation of the fiber network within the country, report on the rationalization, and I think a very important comment that's come through, and we must talk to it, and maybe the content advisors would take note of this, is the work that is being done in rural areas. And colleagues, I don't want to labor what members have mentioned. Safe to say that I do believe, and from the first, remember in the first few meetings, I recall saying that whatever we do over in the 7th administration must talk to the 3 apex priorities that the president had outlined. And I believe that if each entity and each department across government talks to those 3 apex priorities, and that is creating jobs, building an inclusive economy, reducing the cost of living and fighting poverty, and building an ethical, capable and developmental state. If each one pulls in that direction, I certainly believe by the end of the 7th term, which is about 3 years remaining, we will get closer to closing that gap. So I would really like to see from this department some form of a scorecard. And I think that's come to real. Are we pulling in that direction? And I think if we focus on the rural network, I think if we are able to unlock and create an accessible and dependable infrastructure, digital infrastructure in rural communities, we will be able to create more jobs. We will be able to fight poverty, etc., and empower those. So I think there should be a focused effort on that there. I just want to touch on just a few very pointed questions around MDDA. MDDA, you mentioned that you're targeting 22 grants to community broadcast in 26-27. Maybe take into account what is your average grant per organization, and how has this changed over the MTEF period? Sticking with MD, you have 8 digital and print community media organizations that you are targeting to receive disbursements in this FY. What are your selection criteria, and what is the timeline and the mechanism for that disbursement? You go on to say that 20 community media projects are targeted for digitalization support in this FY. You down from 70 in FY 24-25. Now, what accounts for the 71% reduction? And how is, and I quote, supported to digitize defined independently? How is it independently verified? You speak of the APP targets for 4 MOUs or partnerships in 26-27 under Program 3. Now, which of these partnerships are expected to unlock financial resources for community media, and maybe what return value are you anticipating from these? And I wanted to focus a really take a drive down on this, and maybe the last one for you is MDDA. Is the only 20 individuals are targeted for digital skills training in this FY, with delivery backloading entirely to the fourth quarter. Now, what is the rationale behind this concentration on Q4? And is a target of 20 individuals proportional to the scale of digital skill deficits in community media? Moving to GCIS. GCIS, your APP targets 20% of employees upskilled in digital, in communication and coordination skills in the next FY, in this current FY 26-27 rather. Now, what's your current baseline digital competency level across your GCIS staff, and on what basis did you determine 20% to be sufficient? Your APP targets an audience of 800 million across GCIS platforms. How is reach defined and measured? Right? Is this unique users? Is this impressions, or is this page views? And what was your 25-26 baseline against which this target was set? Now, you mentioned that 40 million reads on SA News articles are targeted for the 26-27. What was the baseline firstly for 25-26, and what specific content or distribution interventions are planned to drive growth to this level? And maybe lastly, before I pause, I think colleagues have covered me sufficiently and emphasized around the SABC bill. Mine would be a clarion call for what is the timing from gazetting to enactment. GCIS, an annual monitoring, Department of Communications, an annual monitoring report on the implementation of the EIP is targeted for your submission. Now, there have been a lot of discussions around the compliance, especially for entities seeking new entrants. Now, will the report assess compliance by specific sector participants, or will it have a broader approach? I think Honorable Singh has emphasized that there needs to be greater accountability, and I must admit, actually, my jaws dropped when we had one of the councils come before us and indicate to us that there is a resistance towards accountability, towards what has been promised versus what is being delivered. So I think there needs to be greater oversight from the department and over that. Maybe the 5% of the detailed digital economy master plan, a 5% implementation plan of the digital economic master plan is targeted for this FY 26-27. Now, what does this 5% that you're targeting deliver in concrete and in measurable terms? And maybe my last question for the department would be your preliminary report of the roadmap to rationalize, and I think colleagues have spoken about this, BBI and Centec is targeted. Now, what structural options are under consideration? What structural options do you have under consideration, and maybe what criteria will inform the final recommendations? Colleagues, that's all from me. It's now 12:07. I'd like to allow Department of Communications to kick in first, if that's possible, to try and stick to at not more than 15 minutes, and GCIS and the rest of the entities with at least 10 minutes, please. DG, I think you are on the call, or should I call DM Gungubela to lead the responses and to hand over? DM, I did see you on the call earlier. I'm not too sure if DM is still with us. DM is here. DM, maybe can we invite you for a few comments and then you can hand over to your team. We haven't seen you. Are you able to connect with us? Let's move to DG. DG, can you come in, DG of communications, to lead the responses, please?
Thank you, Chair. I was just checking on the DM and the minister, but perhaps they will come in later. And once again, good morning, good afternoon, Chair, and to the honorable members. Welcome back after the break. I'd like to apologize earlier for my gadget. I had to switch off and use the web Zoom option. With that, Chair, maybe just to quickly get into the discussions, and I'd like to thank you for the comments received. I think we're doing better than we did last year, Chair. Say that with a smile, not a full smile, but nonetheless, we're on the road towards us meeting each other. I think Honorable Matafa asked the question, and I'd like to perhaps phrase it within that to us to say, what are these problems that we are addressing? And I think they are very much so aligned in terms of what we are doing to the MTDP, as well as the reforms that we've introduced and we're working on that we have been allocated. Firstly, primarily the issue of the digital divide, honorable members. We do know that we've got serious challenges with regards to quality of services. I think you, Honorable Chair, you also raised this, as well as other members as well, that rural connectivity remains by and large a big challenge for all of us, and we need to obviously look at what interventions we are making, and therefore you would see under Program 5 quite substantive number of programs as far as ensuring the issues of broadening access to the citizens. Honorable members, under the Program 4, we talked about the ECA that is now going to be introduced to Parliament. It's imminent any day now. I think the minister has already described the letter to the Speaker. The intent for that is to ensure the rapid deployment of connectivity to really address the issues with regards to efficient deployment of the connectivity as well as the networks as well. And similarly, other aspects of the ECA talks about the issues of infrastructure sharing. So we would like to put more focus on services and less with regards to the infrastructure build, because I think amongst the operators, we're quite covered in the country. And then we also want to ensure the competition matters in terms of it being introduced as well, to ensure that we're able to provide more affordable services for our citizens, irrespective of where you reside in the country. The other intervention obviously linked to this is how we would make sure that the digital transformation roadmap, which our minister chairs the IMC of, then looks at making sure that citizens have services. So that's the second reform that we're looking at. There are other aspects with regards to investing in digital skills as a country. You would see that in our APP as well, and I think NEMISA also touched on that, just to make sure not only that we have an astute nation, honorable members, but we want to be competitive. So the skills that we're introducing are really more practical and required for us to become a competitive nation. So if you look at issues of AI, we still want to be able to become the center of excellence, as well as the considered preferred investment hub as a country. And then lastly, I think the other reform that we're looking at is in terms of the capable state, efficient utilization of the SOCs, making sure that they're more reliable, and so forth. The issue of the shareholder complex, I think, again, Honorable Matafa touched on that, asking, and as well as Honorable Bodlani, really talks to the fact that the shareholders compact are not there, but they're specifically, we've broken them down in terms of the details. We want to make sure that each entity has been given a task with regards to the resource mobilization, as well as making sure that they're able to find alternative funding mechanisms as well. And the other issue obviously looks at governance as well as clean, us moving towards a clean audit as a portfolio, and then looking and ensure that the target, irrespective of their respective mandates, we have impactful outcomes. So we're not just doing the SOC oversight as well as ensuring a capable state in terms of efficient SOCs driving this. And therefore, that's why we've come to the issue of the rationalization. I think honorable members asked about that as well. So when we're talking about the rationalization of BBI and Santec, Honorable Subrati, we don't have as yet the options, but I think during the next couple of months, we'll be able to come back to the portfolio committee and present to you in a much better sight of the various options that we do have. But nonetheless, it does say that the two entities, at the very least, this is the first phase of that we are in pursuit of. We would need to make sure that we combine them into one towards then us realizing the state digital infrastructure company. That probably then talks to part of then the issue of the rationalization is not just in terms of us blending two entities, but to then ensure the efficient utilization of all of government's and aggregating all of government's investment that we have made. And therefore, it talks to the issue of the rationalization of state infrastructure. I think a number of honorable members raised this particular issue, and therefore the need for us to consolidate that fiber network across. We've already signed an MOU in this regard in the last financial year with the Ministry of Electricity. We're now in pursuit of doing similarly with the Minister of Transport, and that talks to then the consolidation. But over and above that, we're also going to aggregate other aspects such as your SunRail under higher education, as well as what is under the CSIR as well in terms of the programs that they're doing in as far as broadband. And therefore, we'll also pursue a similar agreement with the Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation. Then if we come to so there's a number of regulatory interventions, honorable members, as it's highlighted, and I don't want to repeat most of them, but to give them the assurance of saying, yes, the digital communications amendment bill, I think Honorable Bodlani, it's done in two parts. I know a number of, there has been questions previously to say, why are we doing it in segments? Because we tried to pursue the issue of an overhaul of the ECA. We were met with numerous challenges, and as such, for example, the issue with regards to ICASA and its powers and the review of that particular section within the ECA, that will also come up at an appropriate time. But fundamentally, in us ensuring that we pursue the MTDP targets, our focus is, as I said, the introduction of the ECA Amendment Bill on Competition Matters, which is now before Parliament. And then the next one is the Electronic Communications Amendment, as far as then obviously the winding down of USASA and the use and repositioning of USAF towards it being a digital development fund. So those would be the focus for us, notwithstanding the fact that obviously there are other reviews that we are also going to pursue. Under the business plan, it's not necessarily here, but in terms of our work, and I know that we were supposed to be due for a session together with Justice, which was postponed from the last quarter. We are working in terms of the RICA amendments, looking at the issues with regards to what is under our mandate or responsibility as the portfolio, and we're working with the CASA in this regard to just make sure that we strengthen the arms in as far as then both under the RICA as well as the ECT Act. We are also in the program, Honorable Bodlani, I'm just going to quickly touch on the other issues. The verification of the Wi-Fi sites, most certainly that is very important to us. Honorable members, you know, we've received the latest report, and I must congratulate CASA once again for issuing the annual ICT status report. And we're told that there's 4G coverage. In the country, it's at 99% and 5G is at 56%. That's population coverage. you would then see that this is very much so concentrated in your metros and the big cities. Our citizens, if you were to really do a deep dive, you would then see that the access there in some instances is even less than a double-digit number. So our focus is that we're not only doing the verification of these Wi-Fi sites, but we're also then going to be able to identify where the gaps at. And in that regard, we will then make sure that the next level of investment, whether it's then through the spectrum allocation, or even if there's going to be another mergers and acquisition, we're able to direct them specifically to then say, these are the areas that we would like you to concentrate on in order for us to broaden the digital divide. Suffice to say that our entities under this last financial year, honorable members, we're now able to pass over 3.1 million households. That is basically the 18,200 sites between BBI and Centec. The consolidation office over 32,000 plus Wi-Fi hotspots. So we are moving the needle. We're not anywhere. We're closer to the 5.6 million household that we need to cover, as we've done 3.1. But I think the issue again of the issues of affordability and also expanding the access to make sure that we reach everybody is still there for our main priority as a department, as well as the sector. And then if you look at my last point, just before I hand over to my colleagues, 2 points. The first one was on the funding vacancy in the department. Yes, it is quite high, but again, I think we've made some enormous progress with regards to the recruitment in the last financial year, as compared to where we were previously. And I think we've recruited over 22. So the numbers obviously move. Pardon me, the numbers do move. Because obviously, even like this morning, we signed on new appointments as well. So we are trying to make some inroads in as far as making sure that we are fully equipped. It's very difficult for us at times to retain the critical skills. The question that was asked to say, where are those vacancies? Yes, some of them are in the critical areas. I'm sad to announce on this platform that I'm losing my CFO, honorable members, and obviously because of better prospects that are there. So we continuously see where we're losing the skills, and we want to wish her all the best, but hoping that she remembers that home will always be the DCDT. And therefore we're in the process of filling in the 3 critical DDG positions. We're in the final stages of that, and with the minister, we'll be convening the panel soon to conclude on that. And therefore, also the other critical vacancies, I think you have seen. What I'm happy about it is that most of this now is becoming focused in terms of the senior management positions as well. We still have vacancies with regards to female SMS, but we're better than where we're at. Now we're sitting at 44%. Youth, we've moved as well. I'd like to announce that, as well as also, unfortunately, the issue of the people with disability. We lost one official that made us let the number regress, where we were sitting at 2.1. We're now at 1.8, but we are very intentional to make sure that we improve on that and we meet the 3% target as well. And then lastly, on my side, honorable members, I think the issue with regards to the EIP as well as BEE, I think Honorable Singh raised this particular matter with regards to our target on slide 12, just to give an assurance that the monitoring is not just for us to monitor, it's precisely on the issue that, and I think Honorable Subrati, you raised as well, is to look at and assess the impact. So under the EIP commitments, the multinationals would have made substantive commitments as far as enterprise development, SMMEs, skills, etc. And we want to make sure that we measure that and we really hold them accountable. It was difficult, as you would have heard, when we came to you, I think, late in 2025, indicating that even between us and the DCIS, we were not able to really keep track of that because they were reporting primarily to the DTIC. Meanwhile, at DTIC, there was the message that they received was that they were reporting to us. So we've established a committee that will make sure that we are tracking the impact of these EIPs, and we'll be able to report on those, as you would see in our APP, on a quarterly basis. And this is not just for malicious compliance, but to ensure that, again, we basically move the track as far as then the impact with regards to the core economic growth in the country. Honorable Chair, I'd like to perhaps then hand back to you. And if there are other questions that we have not answered, we would be able to put that in writing, including the information that was asked of us in granular details. Thank you very much.
Thank you, DG, for your responses. Can I request the acting DG for GCIS to take the platform?
Sorry, Chair. Apologies, Chair. There was just one. My apologies. I really need to press this point. On the issue, I think that was asked, we do have serious budget constraints as a department, honorable members. As you have seen in the budget cuts, we don't have sufficient funding for the SABC, for SAPO, even for Santec. The skills program under NEMISA as well is facing serious shortfalls. And I think I want to emphasize with regards to ICASA, the regulator, whilst we're looking at the alternative funding model for them, there are obviously requests that they've made in as far as to help them to ensure that they are able to hold the licensees accountable. And those tools we've not been able to get the funding for. So my request, if I may, is to really ask to say, if we could get support in as far as ensuring that we get adequate funding for the entities to be able for them to deliver their mandate. My biggest concern, honorable members, is that obviously we're in the elective year with the local government elections, and obviously the lives of your SABC and Santec were very critical. Will not be able to fulfill their responsibilities and duties and ensure national coverage of the local government elections. So that becomes our most pressing point. Thank you very much. Apologies, Chair, for coming back after you.
No, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I think the point is valid and well noted. Again, I would urge the content advisors to take note of that. I think the slide I did indicate was a very important slide. The impact really on the department to be able to achieve its objectives because of those budget cuts. So maybe there needs to be some level of conversation between ourselves and this portfolio committee and National Treasury around what informed those budgets and really bring the attention to the impact of that. So that's something I think we should continue with, because clearly cutting down, for example, what's glaring anomaly is cutting down ICASA's budget. Whereas now ICASA is being pleading for modernization, for better technology, for monitoring equipment, and we cut the budget down. That really goes against a progressive department, particularly our regulator. So thank you for that intervention and that reminder. I think that should be a point that will be lifted by the department, by the portfolio committee rather, as we program ourselves going forward. Let's then invite GCIS to the platform to respond for the next 10-15 minutes. 10 minutes if it's possible, but 15 minutes at the most.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, honorable members. I will start with a question with regard to the assessment of the APPs of the entities. In our case, we plan together with our entities. We have a combined strategy planning sessions. We then assess their APPs. And for an example, the one of the MDDA, it supports the NDP, which then gets to be translated to the MTDP as well. And it is aligned with the work that we do as GCIS in terms of ensuring that there's a proper communication to the 29 million of our population, which is more in the rural and traditional and far-flung areas, whereby the use of community media then becomes key. The second question, Honorable Chairperson, is about the what compels the departments to use the editorial content hub. The editorial content hub is one of the tools that we are implementing to ensure the implementation of the government communication policy itself. And therefore, from the government communication policy, we then have the national department, individual national departments communication plans, provincial communication plans. This financial year, we are then moving to get the metro communication plans and the district communication plans. And in the outer years, we'll then focus also on the entities. However, how we are managing the entities part currently is that each department is expected to include its entities in their individual communication plans. And therefore, what we do is from the performance of the communication plans, we then present to the Forum of Directors Generals, which include the provincial DGs as well, so that they can look get a feedback in terms of the performance of their individual departments, and we then make clear recommendations as well. We have cluster communication plans as well, that we then facilitate that they be developed, and then we then present back to the clusters the implementation. We currently have the Deputy Minister leading the socialization of the government communication policy to the provincial excos that are led by the Premier. So he has already done the Northwest. We are doing the Free State next week, and then we're going to be moving to other provinces as well. And that's the part of ensuring that at all levels of government communication policy, we ensure that there is accountability that is necessary. And then in the day-to-day content hub, it will then, that process enable us that when we then guide the departments in terms of what must be done, their accounting officers and their executive authorities are already buying in. They understand that what we need to do. And in terms of also to appreciate the recognition of the work that GCIS does and the improvements so far, Chairperson, and in that by saying, in the absence of Honorable, our Deputy Minister, who's in transit to the Parliament today, is also to say the processes of the appointment of the DG of GCIS are very close to the end. We are at a stage whereby we are waiting for just one report so that a cabinet memo can then be submitted. We do hope that if all goes according to our plan, when the minister does the post-cabinet media briefing of the 7th of June, there will be an announcement of the DG of GCIS as well. Unless something very, very bad happens, then it might be July. But the target right now is that the cabinet of June 2026 must also concur with the appointment of the DG of GCIS. But Chairperson would also like to just share with the committee to say the work that they see that GCIS is striving to do, and the improvements as well. They are being done with the understanding that the people who are acting, they are acting with full delegations. Hence, we try not to drop the ball by all means. And then in terms of the study tour for the community media, honorable members, we are not traveling abroad, but we are conducting the study for the community media. And therefore, we will use the information that is readily available as part of the desktop. Then we will contact the relevant institutions and have virtual sessions whereby we then close the gap of whatsoever information that we might having it not readily available in the platforms. And in terms of the turnaround times, the working hours for us as GCIS in dealing with that kind of work is from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. However, we are not closing ourselves out between 7 p.m. and 7 a.m. The current timeframes are indicated by our operating model, which currently we are operating as a normal department. That's number one. But number two, the available resources, particularly in terms of us having to work shifts. However, we have work that is happening outside of the APP, being led by GTech, to really relook at our operating model as GCIS, because we also do believe that we are not an ordinary department, and therefore our operating model must not confine us into such hours. However, honorable members will then appreciate the fact that if anything then affects the conditions of employment of the staff, the are labor relations processes that we have to follow, and therefore we cannot just change the operating hours without having a compelling study with clear recommendations that then enable us to engage and make sure that we work within the hours of evolving communication, which is about 24 hours a day. And then also just to talk to the fact that in terms of those turnaround hours, we are also accommodating the fact that some of the issues might not be within our total and complete control as GCIS. And therefore, we need to consult with the relevant departments so that they can concur with the content that we want to communicate. And sometimes that concurrence then includes the accounting officers or executive authorities. So those hours are set within those parameters to ensure that they enable us to do the necessary escalations or concurrence from the custodians of the information themselves. And the issue of the communicator-in-chief, that it be the president, it has always been there and it's a general practice. However, in the current government communication policy, it has also been expressed as part of the policy so that all of us were in the same level of understanding. In terms of the provision for local government elections budget, we have made submissions to National Treasury, which unfortunately they were not approved. And therefore, the process now that we are following is at a technical IMC of local government elections. The DGs have agreed that there's going to be a need for the departments that are part of the IMC to make some contributions for the local government elections campaign, but also they are facilitating a meeting between ourselves and the IEC so that we can see how we leverage on the money that has been granted to the IEC to do the part of the civil work. And then in terms of our capacity as GCIS to counter the negative narrative against the country, Chairperson, we are working as a government communication system, meaning which DECO, who's the custodian of economic diplomacy, Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, Brand SA and other related institutions, we work together in this work. The reality, Chairperson, is that there are deficiencies in terms of how we are working on this. But there are plans in place to improve, and such plans include the fact that from the Brand SA part, we have what is called Global South Africans, which is now ordinary South Africans who are assisting government because we need patriotism. We are not paying them. So they are assisting government to also have voices, because what we need is many voices, but one message. So we are having those global South Africans from the side of Brand SA to make sure that we are able to counter the narrative from DECO, based on the cabinet decision of 1998 that then decentralized communications and made DECO to be responsible for international communication. They are also leading in terms of such work. However, Chairperson, I must also be able to say we do also take the discussions at a cabinet level that then also guides on how we must be able to be responding. So basically, some of the things we don't respond. For an example, if you have a certain president that says this about South Africa, we don't respond directly to the president, but we then have some form of communication and a narrative that then seeks to socialize the whole of the globe in terms of the stance of South Africa. We do have deficiencies at Chairperson, but we are having plans and we are making some inroads in terms of dealing with that. And in terms of the GCIS mission and the ambitious target of reaching 800 million people, my colleague, the DTG responsible, will then respond to that. And then in terms of the upskilling of GCIS employees in terms of digital skills, we currently have trained 110 of the 400 employees in GCIS on various digital skills, including data analytics and also related, like the Internet of Things and so forth. However, the 20% target is based on the current financial resources that we have. So each and every year, we're going to be doing 20% until at the end of this current term. And we do believe that at the end of the term, we would have reached all GCIS employees. But we are then, this current financial year, prioritizing the colleagues that are assisting us with communicating digitally so that we can make inroads in terms of digital communication. And in terms of the kind of BEE equity equivalent, from our work that we do with Mag Charter Council, we have drafted the code of the Mag Charter Council in terms of the BEE, which has been submitted to the Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition for approval. Then if then gets approved as is, we'll be able to brief the committee in terms of what will be the equity equivalent. So that information, we can always present it when we present our next maybe Q1 report to the committee. I will then allow my colleague next to me, the DDG, Content Processing and Dissemination, to talk to how best we meet the 800 million people, but also to talk to the issue of the baseline for the 400 million target as well.
Thank you, ADG and Chairperson. Chairperson, currently in terms of the baseline, just on SA News, we're sitting at 3.2 million per month. Now, that constitutes about 36 million people who are actually interacting and rating our content. But what is also interesting, Chair, is that despite that, because we are operating in an environment where, because of the decline of advertising and circulation, SA News is the only publication that is actually increasing our subscribers. Now, on top of the 3.6 million colleagues that are interacting with our content, Chair, you will understand that SA News stories, these are stories that increase the share of government voice. It's about 127 of the stories that are actually carried by international news media. And of that, there are about 687 SA News stories that are carried by our national newspapers, or at least our national media. So we're not just talking about the reach in terms of the 3.6 billion, but we are simply talking about the extent to which SA News stories and stories that are speaking about the narrative that is carried by government are gaining traction both at national and global level. The one other element that I wanted to speak to, which the DG has raised, there's a question around how do we deal with media sustainability in this country. So the DG refers to the study. Now, the study is trying to deal with one important element. Both policy and legislation in this country, nobody knows at what point would we reach the state of media diversity. So we are working with the MDDA to develop a study of community media diversity and plurality index, so that we're able to then say, actually, South Africa is a market. This is the number of community radio stations. These are the number of community publications that we need. And of course, the focus would be shifting both at the regulatory level, because we're also working with ICASA on this one, so that maybe the focus in terms of the licensing regime of this country would be, Chairperson, to focus on the so-called media desert, areas that are underserved and underserviced. And that would be one of the package of dealing with the media diversity. Now, in terms of the reach, we have quite a number of systems that we use. But in terms of our calculation, we calculate not just one person who's interacted. We calculate at least citizens that would have come to our website, to our platforms more than 3 times. And these are the citizens that would have downloaded our content, that would have shared our content. So that's how the number came about. In fact, in the last APP target, we had set a target of 2 million in terms of our reach. but we were able to then reach that within Q1. That's why we are confident that the target that we've since put in place, which is 800 million, is what we are going to reach. Thank you, ADG.
Thank you so much. And in closing, Chairperson, there was a question about the empowerment of the citizens, particularly the one in rural areas. It is the reasons why we are then coordinating the government communication plans from departments, from provinces, from municipalities, because the government communication system is all of us in all three spheres of government, so that we are able to do some force multiplication in terms of ensuring that the citizens are empowered, Chairperson. So we work in partnership, but we also collaborate, we integrate, but we also ensure that we are coordinating the whole of government communication system so that the departments themselves, they can do that what is expected from them with regards to the communication function. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, ADG, for GCIS, and to the colleagues for your responses. I think the concern I would have had around misinformation and disinformation and possibly the interim measures, you would have touched on that. That was something that I was quite seized with, and I think you have dealt with it to some extent. Thank you so much, colleagues. Let us then move to MDDA. MDDA, you have the platform for the next 10 minutes at the most to respond to the concerns and queries directed to you.
Chairperson, thanks so much. And let me deal with two questions that were raised by Honorable Bodlani and Honorable Singh. And then I'm going to ask the CEO to deal with the other two questions, which are really operational questions that were asked, and then we should be done at that point. Honorable Bodlani, the MDDA is advocating that the Universal Service and Access Fund levy remain protected under the ECA. A consideration of an amendment to include emerging digital and audiovisual platform is actually something that we think that could assist in this regard. This while additional baseline allocations are provided from the national fiscus to ensure a stable, predictable and sustainable funding model for community and small media, commercial media. The MDDA has explored fundraising. In fact, we are planning to raise 5% of our revenue through partnership and donor funding, but these are not sustainable sources for day-to-day operations for a long-term or even short-term. However, such funding is appropriate for once-off supplementary activities. To the extent, Honorable Bodlani, we do actually have a funders breakfast that is going to be happening sometimes before the end of this month. Honorable Singh, the concerns that you raise are really genuine concerns, and
Colleagues, is it just my stuff? I can't hear the prof.
We can't hear a Chairperson.
Yeah, it just disappeared.
And we really shape. This includes the implementation of change management initiatives, a management and executive development program, and an employee satisfaction survey to assess staff morale, organizational climate, and areas requiring intervention. Together, we believe that these measures are intended to improve leadership capability, strengthen governance, and fosters a more positive and accountable organizational culture. I hope, Chairperson, that the two answers do sufficiently addresses the concerns of Honorable Bodlani and Honorable Singh. I'll therefore ask the CEO to deal with the next two questions that were raised, Chairperson.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Thank you, Professor Mathebula. Chair, on your questions in terms of the 22 projects that we are funding and how these funds are dispersed, and also the funds in rand value, the MDDA grant funding is a conditional grant. This means that the beneficiary must meet some conditions in the agreed upon grant agreement we sign before we release the next tranche of funds. The funds are divided into tranches based on the risk assessments around the project and also the important areas for interventions. The amount ranges between 800,000 to 2 million. 2 million mainly for capital investment in studio equipment, 800,000 where stations are looking to self-distribute or deal with other minor issues within the organization, including content development and planning. In terms of the digitalization targets, the targets are adjusted to align with the agency's digital strategy, which the board approved in April 2025. What we have done is to separate the digital intervention program, which is to place community radio stations and televisions on the Free Vision platform. We spoke about the partnership with Centec and GCIS, which enabled this, including supporting the publishers to digitalize and then have training delivered separately, where in the previous year, all of those activities were combined to one target. So we've now moved the interventions themselves and the platform development as well. Included as well in our digitalization, outside of just the development of platforms, is also emphasis on revenue generation through these new media and technology facilitated platforms. The partnerships that the agency is envisioning are to support with training as well as in research and broader sector development. Training in areas where we recently delivered the Google training that was through a partnership. Google would then collaborate with the agency and cover the costs associated with delivering that training. And in some other instances, we will also partner with research institutions to do research on issues that specifically affect community media. Chair, I think I'll move to the questions by Honorable Mkhaga, perhaps even comments that in the Hammersdorp area, the agency funded Kucha FM, and Honorable Mkhaga is correct indeed that the station broadcasts out of the local post office. This committee will remember that there was encouragement for the sector to utilize already existing public infrastructure like the post office. However, these buildings do not come free. As Honorable Mkhaga has indicated, the station has to pay rent to the post office to be able to utilize the facilities. While the funding was concluded about 2 years ago for Kucha FM, the station does continue to receive non-financial support and interventions. At the present moment, with the financial constraints that the agency faces, the chairperson has indicated what is envisioned and what the agency is advocating for. We are unable to provide continuous or multi-year funding to ensure that projects are up to a particular level of sustainability. Having said that, Chair, I would like to add that community media are established as social entrepreneurship ventures, and the communities that establish them equally have a responsibility to ensure that those projects are sustainable. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, CEO, and thank you to Chairperson of MDDA. Let us then move to Mr. Adendorf from NEMISA to lead the responses from NEMISA.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. I have just informed the CEO and the CFO that the CFO has 90 seconds and the CEO has 2 minutes to respond to the questions. Chair, let me just see. I want to recognize the concerns expressed, suggestions made, and the questions asked by Mr. Matafa, Mr. Motlane, Mr. Mkhaga, Ms. Singh, Mr. Chabaleng, and you, Chairperson Subrathi. I will respond to the question on partnerships that was asked by Ms. Motlane, while our CEO will respond to the questions on the fundraising panel and how our training offering responds to future needs, as asked by Ms. Motlane. The CEO will also respond to our relationship with trade unions, as asked by Mr. Mkhaga, and he will also consider the question on impact measurement, particularly with regards to post-training surveys and placement as asked by Ms. Singh. On relationship and partnership, yeah, let me just see if I have not missed any other question. Our CFO will also respond to the question on the financial sustainability and then the issue of the level of outsourcing as asked by Ms. Mutlane. I want to then, however, say that on the issue of partnerships, and relationships, I wish to respond as follows. It is indeed true that NEMISA's small budget is a mere drop in the ocean, and we try to make do with what we have. We are, however, convinced that it is only through partnerships with other corporates and training providers that we will be able to multiply our impact and extend our reach. Our partnerships, as you have rightfully highlighted, Ms. Botlane, are important for NEMISA's reputation and standing, and we are convinced that it is only through working with those partners that we can massify our offering, as this committee has encouraged us to do numerous times. We are obviously a government agency, and you are right that some partners would want to partner with us because of that, but we also have very little to offer and stand to benefit more from these relationships with multinationals. Chair, I now give over to the CEO, and then after that, the CFO.
Thank you, Chairperson. Can I proceed, Chair?
Yes, please, Mr. Ramicho.
Okay, let me just fix my camera. I'm sorry about that, Chair. Thank you so much. And I'll go straight to the questions, starting with the question from questions from Honorable Botlane on the panel of fundraisers. The first question was, what sort of skills do they need to have? And clearly, we would like them to be able to have understanding of the environment in which we operate, which is training, development, human capital, but also digital technologies sector and creative media as well. And also that they have business development skills and marketing as well, relationship management, account management, and also proposal development and project management or project initiation. So those are the types of skills that we would like to see, including even risk management, reputation management, and finance management. So in terms of how transparent would the process be, we first looked at a panel, which means a number of such people or individuals being appointed. And it's a process that would follow either a human resources process, which is transparent in terms of recruitment of those people, and there's a panel, and eventually interviews and appointments. And apart from that, it could be an SCM process that is also transparent, driven from the SCM side, if it's entities that are being appointed, since many of these individuals have entities or businesses that they operate. So that's the intention, and the aim was really to augment the capacity challenges that we have around business development, since the realization is that for us to be active and on a daily basis, making sure that we drive revenue generation, that we have dedicated people that focus on that. And of course, there would be monitoring after their appointment by management, and then reporting into SETCOM, but also into Audit and Risk Committee, and in terms of any funding that comes through and to the board, so that there's oversight in the entire process. And the other question was, what are the partnerships bringing to the table for NEMISA? So the things that we are looking for when it comes to partnerships, Chair, is research. Research is very critical. So we're looking for partners that can help us or that can support our research efforts. And apart from that, we're looking at resources. These resources can be in the form of funding that comes through, or it can be in the form of toolkits or tools like labs and so forth that will support our endeavors. And of course, expertise as well. There are partnerships that avail expertise, experts in areas like AI, in robotics and other aspects of our trainings that can assist us. And and of course, making sure that we have access to venues as well, especially government related partnerships assist a lot with that, especially municipalities, where they make available venues for us, inclusive of places with internet connectivity. And we're looking at telcos as well to support us, especially when it comes to connectivity and tools that we can work with. And in terms of how are we able to position NEMISA as, in the digital economy, I would respond to that question from Honorable Bulani in that it's about demand and supply. That's the core principle. And in this case, it's about skills, the demand and supply of skills. It is really about making sure that we have cutting edge research all the time, because it's changing all the time, working with either primary research that we do ourselves or secondary research that we harness from other research entities, and clearly analyzing that and understanding the demand and supply, building relationships, understanding the labor market itself and its changes and skills mismatches, skills in short supply or scarce skills, so that we are able to respond accordingly and in a relevant manner, including even in around changes in the entrepreneurial landscape itself for areas like startups or emerging ICT businesses that try to grow, or where there are gaps in the market. So it's those kind of things that we do to ensure that we remain relevant. Actually, we have highlighted this as one of the top 10 risks that NEMISA faces in case we become irrelevant or we don't understand what is happening in the market. And the other question was, what incentives do partnerships bring? Well, the board chair touched on that a little bit, that we don't bring a lot to the table. However, we drive, or we make sure that we have in place the principle of shared value, that we understand their needs, but also that they understand our needs. And most of the time we approach partners that we know have a common interest or an interest that we know when we do our part, they will also benefit something on their side, be it government entities or government departments or private sector entities. And in that way, once we have that shared value that we will derive from the partnership, it's easier to achieve that partnership as value adding. And there was also a question, or the board chair requested that CFO respond to the outsourcing question. And in terms of the value add for training beneficiaries from our training programs, mostly our training programs add value as top-up skills. Let's say for graduates that come out of a university and they realize they don't have enough digital skills, or they cannot catch up with the changes in the environment, they usually come to NEMISA to top up their skills, and that adds a lot of value for them to eventually become relevant in the market. Secondly, those that need new skills completely, we have young unemployed people that come out of matric that join NEMISA programs, and also in the creative media side that make them quite relevant in the labor market. And also, we just make sure that the research informs us from time to time. And one other thing that we are elevating to is that we should partner very closely with industry, that we should co-create programs with them. And even in that co-creation, add arrangements for absorption or transitioning into opportunities. So that is what we are starting to do, so that we are more aggressive when it comes to that, so that we know upfront when our training beneficiaries are in the program that they would, be going somewhere. Similarly with entrepreneurship as well, that we introduce mentoring, coaching that supports them, pairing them with other entrepreneurs as well, so that they can become successful eventually. And there was also a question about the unions from Honorable Mukhaga, that little is being talked about when it comes to factory workers, and what relations does NEMISA have with labor unions. And we have not made major inroads, but what I can say is that we've had first engagements with various trade unions. We had a session with them in March, this past March, together with the DCDT, and they have shown great appetite, even though at the beginning they were showing some negativity when it comes to the threat of AI and digital technologies in terms of their jobs being lost. But they came to realization that there's a need for reskilling, for upskilling, and we will be engaging with various labor unions or labor federations to start with, so that we can have offerings that target employees, especially at factory level. So those are the answers for now. I'm not sure if I'm missing anything. The other one was about impact, Chairperson. Whether there was a question about whether we are making sure that people become part of the workforce, whether we are tracking them. Yes, we do. Even in this previous financial year, we've just completed an impact assessment study, and we will be presenting it to our board, and thereafter we can share it with the department as well as the committee. So, and we in the main, we track if people are getting employed or if they are going into some economic productivity of some sort once they be it entrepreneurship or freelancing or gig economy once they complete our training programs. So I'll stop there, Chair, and hand over to our CFO. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I will briefly just respond to the two questions. One on the issue of financial sustainability. Of course, I mean, the mandate of NEMISA is huge. I mean, having to reach as many people across the country with only the funding of about 105 million. That's a huge task. But with those limited resources, I think we've done quite a great job. And again, the decision for us to take a bold step to say, let's augment our resources through our resource mobilization strategy was simple to magnify our impact and deliver in terms of the mandate that we have. Yes, financially we're constrained, but I think we'll do the best we can with the resources we have. And also the partnerships that we have in place to augment our delivery of our programs. And maybe linking this to the question around outsourcing as well. If you look at what we would call pure outsourcing, which is our consultancy fees line in our income statement, that constitutes about 4% of our spending. But if you look at our delivery model through collabs and other partnerships with the other institutions across, then that allows us to really have a footprint across the country and be able to deliver on our programs. So pure outsourcing in the form of consultants is just about 4%. But of course, by the nature of our organization, for us to have a wider reach, the partnerships we have with universities and TVET colleges and other community center colleges, they allow us to deliver on our model. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you. Thank you so much to the team from NEMISA for your responses.
Colleagues, I just want to invite DG from communications back on the platform, just to give you 3 minutes, DG, because we are running exceptionally late. I still have to travel to Parliament. It's a 3-line whip, and Parliament starts at 2. But I want you to deal with 3 questions that you may have not responded. The one was very pointed, that was regarding this SA Connect Phase 2. Which ended in to deal with that query, and then the SABC bill and the next steps, and maybe the reprioritization of the post in lieu of the constrained COE. DG, can I invite you to the platform to deal with those 3 responses?
Thank you. I'm going to quickly
Connect? DG?
Yes, please.
Oh, okay. No, I wanted to clarify that the SA Connect was divided into 2 phases. The second phase of the SA Connect, the first phase is the services, and the second phase was more on the infrastructure build. That second phase had a timeline of 3 years, and that third year ended in 24-25 financial year. So I just wanted to clarify that, because there was a question of saying, why is it not continuing the phase 2? Thank you.
And the COE budget as well.
Oh, okay. Then on the COE budget, it was more on the reprioritization. I was trying to explain that we are reprioritizing some positions so that our COE budget can fit into what has been allocated. So there has been some positions that have been that are not going to be filled because of that that exercise, DG. So that's what I wanted to bring. But I think the DG admin can add if there is more that has to be elaborated on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And lastly, Chair, from our side, on the SABC funding model or the SABC bill, I think that's very important. So we have concluded on the funding model. The next engagement that we've had, because we met with the SABC board, the minister met with the SABC board on the 14th of April, is for us now to engage the Minister of Finance, and our intention is to vote, and then after which we will have more the way. There has been some response we've had, and I think the final for onward transmission. Thank you very much, Chair, and very much
departments, chairpersons who have appeared before us today. I would like to think discussion gigs, and we will manage our time fairly. This allocated to, and we've come to this. We need the adoption in term. I don't think we have the time to go through it. I would have wanted the Secretariat to take us through the program. I would like to defer the draft program and all the minutes at this juncture. I think we are the draft program when is next.
Thursday.
Initially, I know I welcome.
Thursday,
what time is it? What time is it? At 2 p.m. Did I read correct? 2 p.m. Hajira?
At 2, Chair.
Okay, so that was an improvement, I think, from the initial program, which had us sitting there. Entire morning, and then Friday is at 9. So let's start the meeting at 2. I think it's a lot more, it's a little bit more better. It allows us, because since Thursday is also a day for caucus, it allows us the morning that frees us for the morning. So colleagues, I don't want to rush the adoption of the program. I want us to allow the Secretariat to take us through it on Thursday, but we will meet at Thursday at 2 p.m. Thank you so much for your attendance and your indulgences for these few minutes. Remember, we have a 3-line sitting, and Parliament, the House sits at 2 p.m. This meeting is now adjourned. Thank you so much.